as we always need to do. There's always something, isn't there? I've got enough space. My tripod, which supports my light, is a little bit too far this way, I think. For those of you that have been here a while, you will know that my tripod is 3 cans of beer. Shush, don't judge. It's all I've got that's the right height and that will fit in the right space. That is my defense. I haven't made coffee this evening. I didn't have time. I woke up too late. But I've got an old coffee from this afternoon. That will run out shortly. I'm at the bottom of a can of beer here. I've got the next can down here. But I've also got my friend Mark, who left the country, I think it's about a month ago, brought me 3 or 4 of these little bottles of spirits. I'm about to finish the last of the 4. It's been about a month though, folks, 3 or 4 weeks, I'm not sure, I haven't been counting. So for those of you that think that I'm a lush, you can take solace. You can call me all the names for my repeated excessive drinking. And then you can go fuck yourselves, because I don't care what you think. I'm not that guy. I'm not that inebriated fool that you think I am. And I'm not that guy that cares what you fucking think. So either way, go fuck yourselves. Okay, folks, this is Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike. That would be me, your eponymous host. Down and out in Torrevieja. Well, down and out. That is a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person. A person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Someone who sleeps rough. Someone who sleeps on the streets, or in my case, in a fucking field, in a tent. Nowadays in a tent. Wasn't always. The first 3 months there was no tent. Well, I could actually say the first 7 or 8 months no tent. And the first 3 months no shelter at all. Just me and a bedroll and eventually a tarpaulin wrapped around my bedroll, and then a shelter made out of 6 broom handles and an old tarpaulin that a builder had thrown away. And we built, folks, up to this. Look, so Delta Mike, I cover the down and out in Torrevieja. Torrevieja is a city on the southeast coast of Spain. I am a Brit trapped by circumstance on the southeast coast of Spain. I want to go back to England, sort my bank out, get my money. I have thousands of pounds in the bank. My bank say that they don't believe that I'm me, and in order to prove I'm me, I have to step into that bank. The Spanish police seem to have an issue of letting me out of the country, so I've got this catch-22. I need my money to get a lawyer to sort things out. I can't leave the country until I've got the money. There's just a stepping stone. Irish player boy. Hello. Player. Is that player as in beach? Or is it play a boy? I'm not sure. Alright, mate. Was in Guatemala this weekend. Was windy. How you doing? We have had some windy days. It's windy right now. I don't know if the camera or the microphone, you can see the lights. I mean, they're just dangling from the roof, but that's not me. I know my hand's up there, but I didn't do that. We're in a bit of an in-betweeny phase. Some days are sunny and glorious and warm. Some are cold. We've had days where it didn't get above 15 degrees through the day. We have nights that are down to single figures again, like winter. Some days are windy, some not. This one has decided to be windy this afternoon. It's been cloudy most of the day. But I'm all right, and my co-star, if I may, let me. I've got a couple of co-stars today. I'm gonna introduce you to them both. Bear with me, folks. Hey, Tina. Where are you, babe? You're under the cover. Here we are. Okay. Let me. Sorry for the close-up of my face. You can't see anything there. Let me bring some light to bear on the situation. I don't want to take her by surprise with the light, but here she is. Look at this. Here's my co-star. My beautiful, beautiful little co-star. Hello, baby. Hello, you. Hey. Daddy loves his girl. Big cuddles. Big cuddles while we talk to the peoples, yeah? It's Friday night. We talk to the peoples. Hey. Whoa, what we got? Is it dust or is it insects? What's all that movement? The camera is seeing things that I don't see. I think it's dust. Hey, babe. Look at you. You're gorgeous. Because you're gorgeous. Yeah. Alright. I got to go back and talk to the people. I can't just sit here and cuddle my girl all night. Well, I can. I'm going to cuddle you all night, but no one will see. I'm going to cuddle you in private. No Tina porn. I'm not cuddling you just for the clicks online. Oh, that's a nice cuddle. You're cuddling your daddy. That's the one. Hey, baby. Okay, that's enough. I got to go. Okay, folks, give me a second. That's my girl. That's my Tina girl. I know. Can I get a kiss? Nice. Look, a kiss. Cuddle rape. Yeah. I got cuddle. Okay. I think it's consensual. I think it's a consensual cuddle. Yeah. That one is. Okay, I can't play with your ears all night. I've got to get back to the people. Good to talk to the people. Try and make some money. Okay, folks. You will notice the pinned comment at the top of chat. I am on the grab. Let me show you why I'm on the grab. The second of my co-stars this evening is... Look at this. Look at this beauty. You know I have an EcoFlow. But this is a new EcoFlow. This is my EcoFlow River 3. That I've just bought from my friend Joby. It landed in his lap. I think I've discussed previously how. I'll give a quick summary in some moments, in a few moments. But this, okay, we are being powered by this tonight. Get this, okay. It's on like see that? You see the 48 in the middle? That's its current state of charge. It's saying it will do 4 hours at this rate of no, is that 41 hours? I thought it was 4.1. It says it'll do 41 hours at this rate, because I've unplugged things that they're not actually charging from it. I'll have to correct that in a moment. This is my EcoFlow. You see the plug socket there? That's a Spanish AC, a normal plug outlet. Over here we've got the 12-volt outlet, and over here we've got two standard USB-A, and in the middle we've got a USB-C. And I just acquired this today. Now, if you've been here a while, you will know that I already had an EcoFlow. And you might be wondering why I've just bought a second one. I bought it because the opportunity was there, primarily. My friend Joby... Is that charging? I didn't hear any noise. That's not charging. Why is that not doing anything? No, hold on, it's dropped out. There it goes, now it's charging. What was I saying? I bought it primarily because my mate Joby had it and had no use for it. It dropped into his lap fortuitously. So my friend Joby mixes with different company from me. I live a quite solitary life and don't mix with many. I don't have much to do with homeless people. Fuckers are all alkies, druggies or psychos. He says casting aspersions and generalizing to an extent that he can't really justify, but stereotypes happen for a reason, folks. I've always been a firm believer in stereotypes. You see a man running down the street with a fucking machete in his hand, he's probably not a nice guy. You probably want to step onto the other side of the road, yeah? Is that a stereotype? Men with machetes are not nice people. People with suicide vests are probably best avoided. I mean, stereotypes happen for a fucking reason. The homeless are alkies, druggies and psychos 98 or 99% of the time. Spotting the one that's a bit more normal than the rest can bring good things. Now my mate Joby mixes, he's out there, he's on his own, he's mixing with other people. I'm static. He's moving around from time to time and sometimes daily. He went on a Camino, kind of a pilgrimage. He walked all the way down, well, cycled all the way down the east coast of Spain from Torrevieja, where we are. He went all the way down, he went all the way across the south coast, past Gibraltar and around. And he was half the way back up when he heard a friend had died, and he cut his journey short. He was going to circle the entire peninsula, the entire countries, Spain and Portugal, and he cut it short and cut directly across the country to Cartagena and back home towards Torrevieja and Punta Prima. But because of this, he mixes with people. He's out there, he's mixing, he's meeting people in a way that I don't, because I'm static. People come to me and bring me things. But he mixes with, and he formed a camp once upon a time with a guy. That guy brought other people into the camp. Those other people brought some other people, and it got degenerative. It got worse the more people they let in. He's mixing with these people. Some of them they're out and out druggies. They're mainlining. They're doing all the drugs all the ways. But they have money coming to them from their home country. Some of them get up to 1,800 euros a month, if you can believe it. As they call it pension, but we would just call it benefits. That they're deemed to be incapable and unsuitable for work, and so they just get magic money, and then they buy things, and then they get paranoid and they take them apart, looking for the hidden cameras and microphones that might be inside. But on this one occasion they bought, well, two, it's not one occasion, it's two. This one occasion they bought an EcoFlow River 3. I taught him about EcoFlow. He taught them, they went out and they've got magic money. If you've got 1,800 a month and there's multiple of you, 2, 3, 4 people in a camp, you put together and you buy one for 250 euros. And then you move. Oh, it's too bulky to take with us when we move. Here, do you want it? You have it. And that's what they did. And then it got stolen. The first one got stolen from him by another one from amongst their crowd, because homeless people, for some reason, homeless druggies are a little bit unpredictable and can rob you. So he lost his first one. They moved, and they didn't take it with them because it was too bulky, so they moved. But then they liked the idea of it, so they got another. Now they're about to move, and they say to him, "Hey," you bump into him by accident. They bump into him, and they're like, "Hey, we've got another one of these EcoFlow things, but we're moving and it's too bulky. Do you want?" So he gets it the second time around. He gets it. But he moves around. Like I said, he did the Camino. He moves on his bicycle. He will move from spot to spot, from time to time. And a big thing like this took up one of his panniers. So the two bags on the side of the bike. He has 2 panniers and he has a bag he can put on top. So he's got 3 spots for carrying stuff, and a whole third of it, 1 bag out of the 3, were taken up by the EcoFlow. So he thanked them for it. He's been using it. He was gifted a big solar panel by someone. He was making use of it, but he wanted something a little more portable, just a big power bank. Now he's got a 50,000 milliamp power bank, and he wants to buy a small folding solar panel to go with that. So that's what he's doing. He sold me this. I wrote off a debt, a small debt he had, and I paid him a slight consideration, and he's off to buy something more suitable to his needs. Now this is not my ideal. Would have been an EcoFlow Delta 3, if you want to look that up, folks. EcoFlow Delta 3 would have been the ultimate. That has over a kilowatt of power storage. Between these two, this is about a quarter of a kilowatt, 250 watt hours. Same as my original my original EcoFlow River. I've got a River 2, this is a River 3. They're both about the same amount of storage, a quarter of a kilowatt hour, so I have a half a kilowatt hour between the two. What did I do today? We had very little sun, but I did manage to get my EcoFlow to 100% in the end. I then go and turn the fucking freezer on and snuggle into bed and lay down and cuddle the dog, and I'm aiming to have my little nap before I talk to you wonderful people. 3.5 hours later, I wake up. My original EcoFlow is down to 28% from 100%, because I've not had the I've not put the freezer on all day, so it takes all the power it wants to get everything cold. And I suddenly find that the new EcoFlow, which came to me on about 40%, 47 it's on now, came to me just under 50%, let's say, has got more power than mine, which had been on 100. Yeah, falling asleep and leaving the freezer on is a bit of a trope around here at the minute. It happens too bloody often. Right, folks, let me soon be Friday, said Sign of Nature, Keith. Hello, Keith. There was Irish Plyer Boy. I'm going to read it as Plyer, as in beach, Irish Beach Boy. It could just be Irish Play a Boy, but I don't know. Wasn't that I read that one was in Guatemala at the weekend. Was windy. How you doing? I'm doing all right. Everything's okay here. The weather's been good, pretty good on the whole. Oh, it's Ryan. Okay, Vitruvium. Ryan from Valencia's changed his handle. Okay, hello Ryan. DFB81. Hello. Farmer, hello. Okay, welcome. Hello, Delta Force Mike. Oh, we'll get the Delta Force thing, because did you see the title? This is the first episode without Chuck. Mr. Chuck Norris has departed and left this mortal realm. Let's do a quick cheers. Let's drink to Chuck Norris, hero that he is, was, and will always be. Superstar. Cheers to Chuck. That is an almost empty can, folks. I will go back to that. Oscar's in the house. Farmer Fabrizio says, pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button, and consider subscribing, folks. Don't subscribe though until you've seen 4 or 5 of my videos. I am not for everybody. I say the words. I say all the words, including the naughty words that you're not allowed to say, you're not supposed to say. That offends some people. I drink alcohol. Some people find the idea of supporting a homeless guy who drinks that they... In fact, I had a lady here the other day who gave me I think it's the same lady that was here a couple of years ago. Gave me €10, but was most specific. No booze, not for the booze. And I, as I've said before, any stipulation that comes with a donation, I will always try to honour. If you give me money and say no booze, your money doesn't go on booze. If you give me money and you say go get yourself a drink, lad, I'll go and get myself a drink. If you send me money and say this is for Tweeties, go get yourself a fish and chips, I will try to do so. Although I do have one outstanding at the minute. Your friend of mine, Josie, who stops by these parts quite often, Josie and Peter gave me money a while ago and said for fish and chips, go get Tweeties. And I haven't been. Things keep getting in the way. The wind, the rain, stuff happens. I haven't been. So I do owe. That's one stipulation that is outstanding. They gave me money to go get fish and chips. I haven't done that. But to the lady that gave me money this week, your money did not go on fish and chips. Your money did not go on alcohol. Even though I've got alcohol, that's just because I have other money and other means, other resources, other friends who stopped by. Karen and family stopped by this week. Karen's been in the country now for about 10 or 11 days. They finally found a gap in the calendar. She's very busy always. There's builders, there's this, there's that, there's the other, there's boilers needing sorting out. There's always something. Very busy people, even on holiday, she's very busy. But they finally found time and they came around the other day. They told me, we're in Mercadona, what do you need? I said, literally, it was bread and milk. Bread, one loaf of bread, family sliced loaf, and a couple of litres of milk. And when they came, they brought 2 crates of beer, two cardboard boxes of wine, and 3 bottles of cola. And then her husband, he says, and I've added something to mix with the cola. And I thought he meant the wine. I'd seen the red. If you know, I do red wine and cola is one of my standard kind of make the wine go further kind of drinks. And I thought that's what he meant. 3 hours later, after I finished looking through all the different bags and everything that they've brought and dropped off, I discover this. I discover Bajo. Basically a brandy. Yeah. As you can see, I don't know if you saw that. Let me point. Let me hang a lantern on it, as they would say. It's half gone. I've had it 2 days, and it's. I don't know whether you'd class that as a third or a half. I don't know. You do you. You judge me how you will, but I'm not hiding the fucking fact. Someone gives me some spirits, I'm gonna drink them. Like I said about Mark and his family, it's taken me a month to get through the 4 little bottles that they brought. So one of those a week, folks. I think this one's 200 mils. Yeah, that's 20 centilitres. Other bottles were slightly larger. I think up to 300 mil. Yeah, I don't know. Not hiding it. If my repeated excess. Oh God, I spat. I hope you didn't see that. If my repeated excessive drinking offends you, get the fuck out of here. I don't care. If you lived my life, you'd probably drink. Do I think I drink excessively? I don't think so. I drink. Today I was quite merry this afternoon. Karen came back. To do the purchase, the EcoFlow that I showed you some moments ago. My new EcoFlow, my second EcoFlow river. Obviously, my homeless friend Joby, he's not accepting tippy tappy. I can't pay by whatever it's called, tap and go or whatever they call it. I can't pay by PayPal. Had to send Karen the PayPal funny money, and she brought me some Reddies. some you know, notes, cash, which I then paid by and settled up with Joby. But this does leave me rather short right now, folks. I am down to my last 30 or 40 euros in PayPal. And I'm not, you know, I'm just commenting that that's a fact. I'm not, there's the obvious beg that I've always got, you know, tramp in a field. But it's my decision to buy a thing that costs, you know, it costs money. But I am in a bit of a crunch at the minute because new EcoFlow only got one solar panel, and that's cracked and broken and operating at about 50% of its normal capacity. Doesn't often get much above 40 watts. Occasionally reaches 50. Inexplicably reached 60 the other day while the sun was shining through a cloud. So there's this patch of blue sky, and we hit 50 watts, and I'm like, that's quite good, we're doing well. Then it clouded over and went up to 60 watts while shining through the... What? How does that work? It's got to just be something to do with the band of light that solar panels work from. I wondered for a while whether it was ultraviolet that they work from, like if it shines really strong, but it's not. It's the visible spectrum. Something about that cloud on that day filtered something out but let other stuff through, and the solar panel went up to 60 watts while the sun shone through a cloud. I don't get it, but I got a good 5 or 10 minutes of that extra boost. That was interesting. That was interesting. Let me carry on scrolling. We got as far as I saw Farmart arrive. Fabrizio, Farmart. Sign of nature is Keith with an F. How many are ahead and stocked up? Stocked up on, are you talking about food? Food, alcohol, petrol? What are your supplies? What are you stocking up on? Are we preppers? Are we doing the whole... Are we prepping for the whole thing? I was down to my last 20 litres of water the other day, folks. I'll tell you that much. Things were looking a bit scary. Well, not scary, because I knew Karen and family. I knew they were in town. I knew they wouldn't let me down. But they'd been here a week and a half, and they hadn't been here until Wednesday. So things were getting a little bit near the knuckle. Things were getting down to the bone. I don't know. I've been mentioned for a while. Maybe for anyone who's new, my water source used to be the foot wash at the beach, or the slipway down to the beach, which always gave me and Tina, the doggy, it gave us both bad guts. So there's something wrong there. Other people tell me they drink water from the other ones and it's not a problem. This one was always a problem. Every time I drank something there, I got the shits for 3 days. And so did the doggy. But then some people gave us some water purification tablets. We can boil water, we've got gas, but we've got ways around it. But I don't have a water supply. And in winter they turn those foot washers off. They didn't, one year they didn't. My first year here, that was on all winter. I thought they would always just be there. And then the next winter I learned that they turned the fuckers off. Not even winter, as soon as it wasn't summer, they turned them off. Leaving me with no water supply. But I've had great people like Karen and her family, like David Schofield. I put out a shout once telling everyone I'm low on water and my friends are not here. And I had 2 people turn up in successive days bringing me 50 litres each, roughly. So suddenly I had loads. But I just got down to next to nothing, 3 or 4 days supply. And the lot could have been gone, you know, I could have been out of water. But like I wasn't too, because I knew Karen was here. I knew that she'd get here eventually, and they did, and they didn't let me down. They brought 20 or 30 litres in 1.5 litre bottles that they've used. They've had the good the good water, the supermarket water, and then just filled them up from the tap for me. Which is all I ask. I'm quite happy with tap water. I don't need supermarket water. Is expensive for what it is. Some people don't like tap water. Some don't trust it. Some just don't like the taste. Beggars can't be choosers. In the same way that cheggers can't be boozers. Rest in peace, Keith Chegwin. I make the joke. But I don't mean him any disrespect. I loved cheggers. To Keith Chegwin, folks. We hit the end of that one. I've got the bin over there. I bet I can't. I've closed the top. I haven't had to stop the flies. I bet I can't get that. No. It's resting on top of the bag. It's not in the bag. What can you do? Accidentally, so I've got the three. I got the three for the tripod back there, holding the lamp up. I had this in readiness. I forgot I had it. I got another. All the beer works. There's no coffee. Well, there is. There's an old coffee that I'm about to finish, actually. Let me do that. A little bit left. I wanted to move it out of the way. I did just finish it. I woke up too late to make coffee tonight. My alarm woke me up about 25 minutes before the TrampCast started. The alarm woke me up, then I nodded off again. I didn't snooze it, I knocked it off, and then fell asleep. Fortunately, Tina woke me up 5 or 10 minutes later. So quick walkies with the dog, move stuff into position, the lamp, the cables, the EcoFlow, and here we are. I didn't have time to stand there and make coffee as well. So you'll just have to put up with me drinking. Although there's more missing the mouth than going in. I really am in need of, in particular, a beard trim, but I think the hair as well, folks. Karen was going to do it last time she was here, but she was only here for a few days and the weather was ridiculous. We never got around to it. So that's about 2 months ago. I am a hairy beast. I have always been a hairy beast. You can't tell so much nowadays. The hairs on the arms have become a little bit feeble and blonde, I would say. I used to be quite dark. My hair does bleach in the sun. It does. I got that thing where I go from I don't know what colour you would call this, but I do go blonde in summer when I sit out in the sun. People have always said I've used that as some kind of excuse for like the balding or whatever. I always get accused of having a receding hairline. I used to have a 4-head and now it's a 5-head, you know what I mean? Farmer, I generally stereo aereo speedwagon as a type. That's your thing. Okay, so it's that, we used to call it driving rock. Now they call it yacht music. I don't know where that came from. That soft rock for driving that we had in the 80s and 90s. Now you need another solar panel, right, to keep both. I need 2 solar panels. My solar panel is broken, and so my plan, I was pointed at a set of solar panels where you can buy one, the flexible, really lightweight. The one I've got is heavy, glass and steel. No, sorry, glass and aluminium frame. And we had some really ferocious winds about a month ago, about 70, 75 kilometers an hour. Blew it over, and it landed on rocks, and it's kind of got two. It looks like bullet holes in the glass. The spider web kind of fractures breaking out from. There's kind of 2 points that are really bad, and there's a third point that you can see in certain light. So there's 2 or 3 of these injuries, these damages to the solar panel. The flexible, lightweight ones have been pointed out and told that they're quite good. I'm a little bit dubious about lightweightness because we do get wind like now. But as long as they don't break, I don't mind them falling over or being blown around as long as they don't break. And these ones are less likely to break because they're not glass and solid, and they are just flexible polycarbonate, whatever the fucking word is, plastic, I guess. 1 for €55, 2 for 90. This is why I'm in a bit of a crunch financially. I've just bought this. I just had to, okay, my monthly phone account was due for renewal, and it's €15, but they keep refusing my credit card. It's not a credit card, it's a prepaid debit card. It's actually in Karen's name, but she set the account up just for me. Thank you, Karen. But they're suspicious of it, and I'm not sure whether it's Labara refusing the payment or whether it's the card company, it's post office account. And the people at Labara don't know their ass from their elbow and can't tell me whether it's their system that's refusing it or whether it's the bank refusing it. But for 3 months now, maybe 4, I haven't been able to pay direct. So I'm having to take my PayPal money and pay through a third party, recharge.com, I think they're called. So I'm paying through a third party, and they put there's a PayPal fee, and then the company put a fucking fee on. It's costing me $18.70 or $18.75, something like that, to pay €15 into my phone account. So that's ripping me off every fucking month. So I bought this EcoFlow. I'm ripped off by the card. I need to buy solar panels, at least 1, but maybe 2 would be best. If I do get 2, I'll need a second cable MC4 to XT60, the connection to the EcoFlow. That'll be another tenner. So 90 for two panels, a tenner for a cable. Fucked about every month and paying extra for my phone bill. And I've just laid out the money. Like I said, I wrote off a debt and contributed a ton or thereabouts to buy the EcoFlow itself. I've put myself in a bit of a financial crunch. Now, I'm a tramp in a field and I'm complaining that I don't have the €200 to buy all these things. I know that's, isn't it? Wasn't it? Didn't it? Most homeless guys are struggling for €1 here and €2. Oh, we should talk about John. Swedish guy that arrived in the field, was it last week or the week before? So way back, my mate Joby lived in this field. I think 2 years ago, I came out of the tent one Sunday morning to empty my piss pot, and there was a guy walking along the road, and he looked frozen to bits, and I offered him a cup of coffee. Then I made him egg butties. Back when I had a gas barbecue, folks, if you remember back in those days, before the police stole it, and I use the word stole advisedly. I'm going to go after those bastards over that window. They had no right taking my stuff. I will fucking hound them over that. But anyway, So Joby was that was an Englishman who lived in the field here. 2 weeks ago, a guy arrives and asks my permission to camp in the field, which I thought was quite respectful. That was a nice way of doing it. I told him I had no problem as long as he wasn't out in the open. I don't want like a bright orange tent arriving in the middle of the fucking field, bringing the police down on me and on him. And he found himself a wonderful spot, way in an inaccessible part of the field. And he went under some trees and found a little fucking hollow and set his tent up. It's like a week and a half ago, maybe, less than that. But he's now back in his home country. He because he didn't have legal things hanging over his head, he was able to contact his embassy, pay them 350 fucking euros. He had to get someone back in his home country. He had to get multiple friends to send him some money. Friends and family. I'm not sure the ins and outs of it. But the embassy arranged him like a temporary passport, a travel visa or whatever it would be called, a temporary document, because he's within Schengen. They were able to make him a travel document, and they booked him a flight home. He just had to get to the airport. He needed €7.50, €7, whatever it is, to get to the airport one morning, which he has now done and gone and fucked off. And I've got his blankets stored here. He actually left his tent set up in its spot in case he comes back. I thought he should have taken it down myself, but 6:15 in the morning, it wasn't even light yet. I had to set an alarm and go and wake him up so that he could get up and go to the bus station and go to the airport. I gave him my contact details. He didn't have a phone while he was here. He didn't have anything. He arrived here with like a shopping bag, shopping bag, only half full. There was a tent and a tarp, and I think that was the extent of his fucking belongings. He then went around to some friends and came back with some blankets, I think, and I got the blankets here. But yeah, he was here for 10. That's how quick it can be if you've got a consulate. So the Swedish consulate is actually in Torrevieja, so he didn't have to go to Madrid. There was a church here that was helping him, and he had friends or family, someone back home sending money so that he could pay them the 350 to pay the consulate fees, and he needed €7 for the airport coach, for the bus to the airport. That's it, folks. If you haven't got warrants outstanding and police wanting you fucking arrested every time you go to the airport, it's that simple. For me, not so fucking much. Let me scroll. There are comments. I am behind. You need another solar panel. I went off on one there, didn't I? That's yeah. Mixers like lime juice, lemon juice with lemon or lime skins with a little sugar dissolved in and added to whiskey mixers. Yeah, my whiskey all ran out. I've got this is brandy. I've got vodka. Well, I got that much vodka left from a month ago. But yeah, mixers are always nice. Mixers are nice. You need the right mixer for the right drink. I have a tradition, folks, of any time I open a new bottle, be it whiskey, brandy, vodka, wine. It started with wine. So you got to remember, I went 5 months without so much as a cup of coffee. So there was no wine, there was no vodkas or whiskey. I was in a field for 5 months. You remember me saying that I dreamt about being able to afford a 12-pack of beer. This was back when the 12-pack of beer was €2.60. It was under 30 cents a can. A can, a 12-pack. It was like I don't know. Work it out. 24 or 26 pence a can. 262 or 264, something like that for a 12-pack, and I couldn't afford that for Christmas. I could not afford that. So when I could finally afford to buy what they call the brick here, um, the cardboard, the Tetra Pak. But there is no, I haven't got, they're over the, I have got two, they're over the other side of the tent. When I could finally afford it, it's a litre of, I called it card Bordeaux. So it's Bordeaux, it's red wine, so Bordeaux, but cardboard, because it's a cardboard container. Portmanteau, those two words, the cardboard and the Bordeaux. It's not actually a Bordeaux, it's just a red wine, but you know. For the purposes of alliteration and poetic license, card Bordeaux. You see the words I'm throwing out? Portmanteau, there's a good word. To join two words together, like banana and toffee becomes banoffee. Portmanteau, folks. It's almost like I'm intelligent or something, don't you think? Not bad for a tramp. You don't get this kind of repartee from a repartee. There's a word. You don't get this from most fucking homeless guys. Where am I? I've gone off on one. I'm patting myself on the back for my intelligence, my wit and demeanour. Demeanour. There's a word. Anyway, where was I before I was so rudely interrupted by myself? I've gone on a tangent from a tangent. Where was I? I was talking about my friend John, who's now back in Sweden. I'm sure I've just lost the trail somewhere there. I've ended the tangent abruptly. But no, fair play. He's back in Sweden. I gave him my contact details before he left. He had nothing. No phone, no radio. He didn't have a watch or a clock. If you remember, I've said in the past, if you've been here a while, I've said I went 5 months where I had nothing. I got things plinking all around me. I'm going to have a quick look at the... Oh, who did that? Hold on. Oh, Fabrizio. My mate Farmer. Holy fuck, what have you done? How much? Hombre. Fuck, are you sure? That's crazy. What are you doing? Thank you, but I'm not... I'm a little bit uncomfortable at that amount, my friend. I'm a little bit... Other people that have sent amounts like that, I've refunded either in part or in total. We'll talk. I'll take it offline. I'll contact you offline. We'll talk. That's incredible, but I'm a little bit uncomfortable with that. I'm on the beg, folks. I am on the beg, but I don't want it all to come from just like one person. I don't need a big amount. Oh God, let's go on another tangent. Another online friend of mine, Steve, from a channel on YouTube, Everyday Prepper. So he for a long time, his channel was about prepping, but not going overboard, not panicking at every little bit of news. Oh, somebody caught a cold in Taiwan, let's fucking hunker down and bug out. He was avoiding the doomsday prepper fucking stupidity, and so Everyday Prepper was a good handle. But he's planning on he's retiring early. Him and his wife are selling their home, and they want to get either a caravan or an RV and a boat, like on a barge on the canals or something like that. And so they're going to become not exactly homeless, but no fixed abode, which is one of the terms from my opening blurb. Yeah, how does it go? A tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, no fixed abode, an indigent person, a person of... Oh, I did them in the wrong order. Fuck, I forgot my own blurb. Anyway, no fixed abode is one of the tramp synonyms that I use when I do the opening blurb for the channel. I actually wanted to make a point of going over the blurb a few times in the, in the first hour I'll get 100 people popping in here. There's never more than like 15 or 16 concurrently, but there's a lot of people pop in to have a look. So if you are here and you're wondering what's happening, I'll just go through the opening blurb again. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that's me, your eponymous hero, together with my little doggy darling Tina, who's in bed next to me right here. I am in bed, laid down. There's my little darling is just back here. Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja, down and out. Homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode, as we were just discussing. Some would say a bum, someone who lives rough, perhaps on the streets, or in my case, in a field. I am nowadays in a tent in the field. Once upon a time I was in a homemade shack made out of 6 broom handles and a tarpaulin, and before that I was literally just on a bedroll in the field. I had one of those mattresses that you have on the sunbeds by the pool. I had one of those. I had a couple of picnic blankets, one under, one over, kind of wrapped around a little bit. I had a few towels as blankets because I didn't have actual blankets at one stage. And eventually I found a tarp that I could wrap around the whole thing. So when the temperature drops at night and you hit the dew point and it gets very, very damp outside, I was a little bit protected from it. It had a lot of holes in it. We still had to get up in the morning and take the bedding off to dry. Take it off and go on a walk. Sit on some benches on the cliff tops and let the breeze and the sun dry out my bedding as the day progressed. Memories, folks, memories. I have built from being in this field with literally nothing. No watch, no clock, no lights, no nothing. No radio, no phone, no tablet. Everything was wiped out in a flood. 2 floods. But I've been careful with the donations I've received. I saved the money, I bought things. I've looked at what I could do to improve life as time went by. I've had help from great people. I made a decision early on to be conspicuous. When I'm telling everyone else now, if you want to be in this field, please don't be out in the open. Go under a tree, go and hide, so that we don't get any trouble from the police. I was actually exactly the opposite. I was conspicuous. My presence, I wanted my presence to be felt. I knew I didn't know how to be homeless. I knew I needed help. I needed donations. I needed support. Being visible was the only way to get that support. And I didn't, there was a guy pushed me to beg once. Wanted me to go and stand outside the supermarket. Hello, good morning. Yeah, buenos dias, buenas tardes. To everyone who walked past. I did it once. Raised a tenner. Didn't the process, I was okay at it. You know, I got a tenner over 2 or 3 hours. I mean, it's, if you could make a tenner a day, you would certainly live. 70 a week would, I don't live on 70 a week at the minute. 20 or 30 is luxury for me. There was a time I was living on €5 a week. Yeah, maybe less. Some weeks. Didn't like begging. I don't like my little e-begging, my little thing here at the top. You can support me, no pressure, only if you want. Yeah, I make a point of saying no pressure, only if you want to, only if you've got it, only if you've got it. I have to edit it each week and change the verbiage slightly. The text that I'm copying and pasting is too long. I have to cut it down, and I probably edit it differently each week. But I'm not even comfortable being an e-beggar. But between the people locally that bring me, so last year, I'm going off on tangent from time. Last year I went to the supermarket 3 times. No, twice. I think one of them was in the new year. I think I went to the supermarket twice last year. People bring me a bag of, when they're leaving the country and they empty their fridge and their cupboards because they're going home for 6 months. They bring me a bag of food or two. Some people deliberately just shop and bring me things. Always appreciated, folks. Appreciate every donation, however it's derived, whether it's from just emptying cupboards or whether you've gone out and specifically bought things for me. Some people do a combo, Karen. Some people bring me what's left out their cupboards, but also do a shop and try and tell me it's just what we had laying around. I can tell. If there's lots of unopened hams and cheeses and, you know what I mean, if you're bringing me like a bag full of things and nothing's opened, and then you take one slice of ham out of one bag or one pack, and that's all that's gone out of the whole thing, I can tell. I spot charity. I accept it begrudgingly, but I'm open to it. But thank you, folks, to all the people that have ever come that have come to me in real life, that have come to the field and brought donations, however derived, whether actually out of your cupboards or fridge or whether you've gone shopping for them for me. It's all appreciated, and me and the doggy, she gets her share of everything. We are grateful. We are very, very grateful. Let me scroll. I'm sure I started with a point to make and I've gone off on a tangents from tangents again, and we're an hour in. Nice. Oh, let me go back. I can see Luke. I can see lots of people here. Hold on. I got to go back. I had it said nice cycling walking. That was Sign of Nature. That's Keith with an F. Nice cycling walking route. Track north from Seville to France. I'm sure it would be. Beyond me. To Chuck Norris. Godspeed, Chuck, and put St. Peter down. Yeah. Can you imagine Chuck Norris at the gates? Yeah. 150 did you pay? 150 Nidcon. You're talking about the EcoFlow? Yeah. So it's 250 brand new. I set about offering 2/3 of the retail because it's only a month old and there's nothing wrong. Apparently, the USB-C port is a little bit iffy. They've been a bit rough while they had a cable in. They've ragged it on something and it's. I spot nothing wrong with it. The phone is charging from it right now. If I'm not. Oh, it's not. Hold on, it was. Yeah, it's a little bit loose. Let me just. Still not charging. Yeah. So what I'm gonna have to do, and he was up front about this. He told me this up front. I'll probably have to put one of these cigarette lighter adapters. Now it's charging. Look. It's a little bit of a loose connection on the USB-C. They've caught it as they've put it down or something. So the connection for USB-C is a little bit wonky. But if I plug one of the adapters into the 12-volt port, the cigarette lighter, I will call it a cigarette lighter port because I'm old from cars. Now it's called the car electrical distribution port. That's all too much fannying about for me. I'm not going to call it the car electrical distribution port. It's a 12-volt port. It's a cigarette lighter. I've actually got a cigarette lighter thing that you push it in, it heats up, and then when it's ready, it springs out. I got one. It's in the drawer over there. I got no use for it. I don't smoke. As I've said before, folks, I've said about alkies, druggies, and psychos. I have never inhaled tobacco like directly. I mean, passive smoking, yeah, because my mum smoked while carrying me, and she smoked all my life and all her life, basically all her adult life. I've never put a cigarette to my lip. That's not true. I played around when I was about 4 or 5, try to look cool, but not. She made me eat the cigarette. I threw my ring up for about 2 hours. I never touched a cigarette after. Thank you, ma'am. Wasn't necessarily the nicest way of doing it, but it taught me a lesson. My parents asked me not to smoke, not to have tattoos, and there's another one that we won't go into. But yeah, I've never smoked. I've never done any kind of the herb. I've never done any herbaliciousness. I threw a man downstairs once for offering me heroin. In a nightclub, I threw him down the stairs. The bouncers all rushed at me, and I calmed them down, and they let it go. Once I told them why. Yeah, I got the Blue Rhapsody in Morecambe. I got to the top of the stairs, and this man was just hovering, and asked me, and I just grabbed him and threw him. To my mind, heroin was now I was mistaken, but to my mind, heroin was one of those ones. Take it once, ruin your life. This was before crack became a thing, which is literally a take it once, have it ruin your life. Like become addicted, have it ruin your. I thought heroin. It turns out that people can do heroin for years and not become addicted. In the same way that you can abuse and still not even be addicted to alcohol. You can use it, you can abuse it. It's only a few people that become addicted to it, and heroin's the same. There are a lot of people, it turns out, did heroin every weekend, let's say, and it didn't ruin their life. But some people get hooked. Crack is much more of a take it once, you're hooked, and now there are even worse. We've moved on from there to some of these other ones. I knew nothing anyway. This guy offered me heroin when I was about 17. I threw the cunt down the stairs, literally, and I mean fucking literally threw him. He didn't roll down the stairs. He bypassed the first 6 steps, and I didn't give a fuck. But all the bouncers ran at me, and I'm like, whoa, cool guys, calm. Cunt offered me heroin. I'm doing your job. You should have evicted the cunt before I did. I've never claimed not to be violent. In fact, I think I've made a point of saying I am capable of great violence, and I'm very good at it. I am very good at violence. And some people don't like to hear that. They think that that's pontification. They think that's bragging, braggadocio. I was a boxer in my younger days, and I was handy lad. But now I'm a fat old man. We won't go there. Apart from the 2-hour stand-up knockdown fist fight where I won all 30 rounds a few months ago, if you remember that. Zami, hello. That's from 2220. That's quite a while ago. I'm 45 minutes behind. Hello, Zami. Alcohol, gas, liquor is quicker. Yeah, okay. R.I.P. legend, said Ryan. Yeah, he's an absolute legend. Some of his films are a little bit cheesy. Walker, Texas Ranger, it's fun to watch. It's a little bit like watching the A-Team. It's fun, but it's a little bit cheesy. But the girl, what was she called? She's gorgeous. She was in excuse me, I got the burps and the hiccups. She was in Dallas for a while, wasn't she? She was the best thing in the program. I got to look, I got to look it up. What's her name? Someone, you guys are probably way ahead of me, you probably got it already. I'm just going to type the babe out of Walker. I'm literally the babe out of Walker. Not Walker's Crisp, Walker Texas Ranger. Yeah. Cherie J. Wilson, indeed. Fuck. I would have. Oh. Probably still. What does she look like nowadays? I bet she's still a babe, even though she's probably about 70. The AI got it. I'm not on search results. It is Google's AI. I literally, I don't know if you can see that. I literally typed the babe out of Walker, Texas Ranger. Sexist as it is, folks. I'm a bloke. I'm allowed to be sexist. I like the ladies. Cherie J. Have we got pictures? How do I get pictures? Is that her now? That can't be. 2009. That's a little while ago. Still a babe. She's 67, so she's 10 years older than me. But I think I still probably would. I mean, I've got no chance. I'm a fucking tramp in a field, but she's not married at the minute. Hold on, or is she? Hold on. Married in 2018. Okay, she probably is married at the minute. If you see her back in the day, folks. Oh, goddess. An absolute goddess. Scotty, hello, hello. I just finished your beer the other day. Just maybe not yesterday, day before yesterday. Finished your beer. And yeah, cheers to Chuck. Absolutely. Luca Benidorm arrived and I've missed it. Where do you arrive? Oh, have I? Do you know? Oh, look at that. What a fucking amateur I am. I'm on Top Chat. Folks, never, ever, ever leave chat on its default setting. You have to go into the settings above chat and pick live chat. All messages are visible. Unlike this guy, I've got people saying hello to someone and I didn't know the someone was there. Oh, and now it's 12 volt DC power point, says Frank Nadobody. Frank, I missed your call again the other night, mate. What was that? 1 o'clock in the morning you called me, and for once I wasn't awake at 1 o'clock. I'd fallen asleep at about 10. Excuse me. I'd fallen asleep about 10 p.m. Slept right through your call. I do apologise. We will get together and talk one day soon. It's only been about a month since your first attempt. Drugs are great, all of them, says Zami. I don't know. That's rubbish about crack, is it? I don't know. I did a course. I helped out at a drug and alcohol clinic. Would you say? So it was like the outreach, not the actual place where they're in rehab, but after they've left, they can come back daily. And the course I was on said that crack was like addictive. Take it once and you're addicted. But it's a short. It's like 15 minutes of very high, and then it wears off really quickly. So it's deep, intense, but wears off. But the intensity makes it more addictive. Was what I was told. I've never done it. Never mixed with people who had, and they all went along with the idea that it was a bad thing, but I don't know. I could be wrong. I'm open to the idea. I'm always open to being corrected. Only drug I'll do is cheese. Oh, and alcohol. Mainly cheese. UK Richie, hello my friend. Was just away from keyboard for a bit, says Farmer, but you're back now. That's the way. Invasion USA was my favourite Norris. I don't know if I know that one. Hello Rose. That's been a while. Let me just oh no, I can't, not from here. Finding Rose. Hello. 2309. Is that now? It is, isn't it? Okay, there must have been I thought I was like about an hour behind with chat, and I'm suddenly, I think it's ditched a load. Have I had a disconnect? It won't scroll back beyond Frank with his 12 volt DC power point. You see, you say PowerPoint to me and I start thinking about Microsoft slide decks. PowerPoint is a slides program, but I know you mean a power socket, a power outlet. Yeah, the 12 volt. So I must have had a disconnect at some point. It doesn't let me go back beyond that. I apologise to anybody who has left a comment, or not a comment, but a chat that I've lost, because I was 45 minutes behind, and now I've only got 4 or 5 messages to look at. I've been on for a while. I have been on for a while, but chat only goes back about 5 minutes. 2300, 10 minutes with Frank and his 12 volt DC PowerPoint. It won't let me further back, which means I've had a disconnect and I've come back in. But whether we noticed it or not, whether it was so brief, I apologise to any chats that I've missed. Come and say hello again. Come tell me I'm a wanker. Tell me I'm wrong about something. I'm always open to learning. If you've experienced crack and you know more about it than me, I just learnt about it on a course because I was at because I was working at a rehab outreach place. My interest was more alcohol rehab because that was the reason I was there. That sounds wrong. I was there because of a family member, and I'll say no more. I've probably mentioned it in the past. I might have given more details in the past, but I won't keep reiterating these things. I was there to help out. I offered my services mainly to help people. They were looking for new skills. People who've been on drugs and stuff tend to be a little bit out of touch with society. Computers and the internet was blossoming. It was the early days of the interwebs, and I was there to help out and keep the computers running smoothly. So when there was nobody there, I serviced a room full of computers. When there were people there, I helped teach and train them in using the computers. Was my main role. Until one day we had the dreaded talk. Hey, first name, can we have a word in the office? And someone had alleged something. Nothing like you're thinking. Someone had alleged that we'd had a dispute, and it was the first I'd heard of it. There had been no dispute, but some of these people can be a little bit malicious, a little bit kind of corrupt, I guess. Someone alleged that we'd had words when there'd been no falling out, there'd been nothing, and the organisation kind of believed them, even though supposedly there were 20 other people in the room at the time and no one else noticed. But yeah. So I walked away. I resigned from my volunteer unpaid position of helping people. I was taking a day out of my life each week while I had a growing business. I was in the middle of growing my business, and I was giving them a day of my time, and then they bitched out on me, so I fucked them off. That's the best. That's the most positive spin I can put on it. I was done dirty by them. Well, just one word from one unreliable person, and I just thought, if you're going to back them and not me, then fuck you. I don't need this. I'm sacrificing my time. So when I went home after this, each week, when I went home after my day there doing my thing, I then had to do my day's work. You know, I had my business that I had to contact my clients and respond to emails and do all the shit. It was easier just to bin them fuckers off if they weren't going to trust me. If they were going to believe just some random ad hoc alky or druggy over me, go for it. You're on your fucking own. I don't mean to be nasty. I mean, like I said, I had a family member who was of that persuasion. I was there for a reason, but I was there to try and help. And if you're going to distrust me and take the word of some rando over me, have at it. Next week, have the rando run the fucking class. I'm not there, folks. I'm gone. I got better things to do than be called into an office. Can we have a quiet word? Yeah, sure. Have all the quiet fucking words you want. But I won't be there afterwards. Anyway. Drugs are great, all of them. Okay, that's a while back. I've gone back. That's a cheese comment. Finding Rose with a hello. A glass of wine tonight after a few months of hard work. That's good, Rose. That's good. It has been a little while. You're nurses it's a nursing home, yeah, or it's a ward or a wing. I'm not sure if it's a wing of a hospital or if it's an old folks home, but I imagine you standing there on an afternoon or an evening around the nurses' station, chasing after the young doctors. That's what I imagine for Rose. Karen, hello. We were talking about you earlier. Not to you, but about. You'll have to rewind. Chat seems to have been cut off. Maybe Frank plugged in the 12 volt the wrong way. Yeah, I was 45 minutes behind, and then suddenly I've only got the last 10 minutes to go at, and it won't let me back any further. And it was when Frank arrived, or there might have been other Frank messages earlier, but he was the first one. He was the only one I could see. Needed a reset. Turn it off and on again. Let me scroll. It needed a reset, said Frank. Hello, Karen and Richie. Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button and subscribe, perhaps. How long now have I been trying to get to 1700? Every time it gets to 1699, it goes back 5. I don't know whether it's me offending people with my words, all the words, including the words you're not allowed to say. I don't know whether it's that, or if it's just YouTube pruning the bots, or I don't know what it is. I just never make it. It's been months now. I don't make it to 1700. There's Scotty saying hello to Karen. She normally reads the chat, what's going on. Yeah, I must have got a disconnect or something. Suddenly I can't go back more than 3 or 4 messages. There's nothing more than 10 minutes ago. Rose just came in to say hello. By the way, I like your language. English, or my verbiosity, or my... I do like the old words, betwixt and between, stuff like that. I like slept with a T, not sleeped with an ED. I like those swept and slept and kept. You got to have a T on the end. I'm not a fan of the ED endings on some of these words and phrases. Yeah, I'm quite verbose sometimes. It's a nursing home, says Rose, on her way out the door. It is a nursing home, so there isn't really a nurse's station like there would be on a ward in a hospital. That's me chiming in, lurking after work, says Frank. Rose, I chase after the old folks more than the doctors, mate. Old folks misbehaving like me. Bye, missed you by the way, keep well. And you, darling, and you. Irish Plier Boy, that's Ryan's new name. Vitruvium as was. You need to wear a purple wig and get over that 1700. Where's the purple wig coming from? That sounds like Miss Slocum from purple, the purple rinse. Oh! Did any of you watch the Afro Man trial this week? Oh my fucking god. Afro Man, what we were talking about him a few weeks ago. The song, I was going to do this, that and the other, and then I got high. I meant to do this, but then I got high. I thought it was like a 1970s or 80s hit, and it was like 2000. It was a lot later than I thought. I had it in my mind, I had it alongside those two girls, Uptown Top, not Top Trumping, Uptown Top, what was that? I'm going to stick with Top Trumping, even though I know it's not right. I had him pegged amongst that same group, but no, he was a lot later. But his house got raided by the police. They kicked his door in, smashed it right off the hinges, damaged the door and the doorway. And he wanted them. They didn't find anything. They were there on a total fucking made up bunch of shit. And all he wanted was $400 or $500 to pay for his door repairing. Oh, we don't have to do that. And then they laughed at him and kind of said, "Fuck you." He had security cameras in his house, and he made videos and songs about about the incident in whole, but about each copper that was there. And they sued him for defamation. He said, "I fucked your wife," about one of them in one of the songs. And so they sued him for defamation. And the whole case was the most hilarious thing ever. So this is a civil suit where they're suing him. He tried to counter-sue. They get that dismissed because it's difficult to sue the government. The police are part of the government. And they get that just dismissed on a legal technicality that you can't sue the government kind of thing. Their lawyer puts him on the stand. So he's a witness in, what's the word? Is it indirect? He's a direct witness. There's when you call someone and you ask them direct, and then there's the cross-examination from the others. Because they put him on the stand, they have to ask open questions. They can't limit him to yes, no, with leading questions. They have to ask open questions, which allows him the ability to answer yes, but, or yes, and, or no, and. The whole he ripped them a fucking new one. Is it true that you did this? Yes, because they invaded my house. They smashed my door. If they'd not come in my fucking house wrong, I wouldn't have been calling her this, that. He called the female with a really deep voice. He called her Lisa, was it Lisa Lowe Lickham? Or Lisa Lickham Lowe. Basically, Lisa's a lesbian. It's one of his songs. There's another one where he just names a guy and he says he's a bitch. This guy's a bitch. This guy's a bitch. It's basically the chorus, and it was. I did a tweet and a post. It's fucking hilarious. They made the mistake. If they'd made the defense attorney put him on the stand, they could have crossed and limited him. Is it true this? And he could have only answered like yes or no. But they put him on the fucking stand so that he could just say yes, and it's their fault. But is the reason for you making all of these songs about my clients to make money? Yes, and I'm allowed to do that. It's the First fucking Amendment. Fuck you and fuck them, and screw you and screw that. It was glorious. The fucking whole trial, 3 days, 8 hours a day of pure fucking glorious laughter. And the guy I follow online that I've talked about a few times, Nick Rekieta, 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 if you want, Rekieta Law. This guy made his fortune. He made his money during the Depp versus Heard, Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial, and before that, the guy with the gun, the guy with the rifle in the Black Lives Matters riots in 2020, Rittenhouse, Kyle Rittenhouse. Rekieta was getting $100,000 viewers. So I've got like, what have I got? 13 or 15? 12 actually. Okay, people are just leaving. Thank you. Well, I get between 12 and 20 viewers at any one moment. This guy had 100,000 viewers while he was doing, and it's not just because, so he's a lawyer. He's, by all accounts, he's not that great a lawyer in actual terms of practice. He's a small town lawyer, but he's good at educating about the law. He's a better teacher about the law, possibly, than he is an actual practicing lawyer. But he is good on like constitutional law and educating about law and telling you what's allowed to happen in court, what the rules of procedure are. But he's also very, very funny. He also, his life took a fucking left turn. He's just pointing to the right. His life took a left turn when he started taking drugs, him and his wife, and they started partaking in threesomes and foursomes, and he got involved. His house got busted, he got raided, and drugs were found, and his life took a turn, and it looked like his streaming career was ruined. He's on the way back now, and he was the ideal man to cover this. Trials can be boring in long parts. They can be extensive, then they can be very dry, but he would add, Nick Ricator will add depth, he will add humour. He's very humorous, he's very funny. He used to drink a lot on stream. Cheers to Nick Ricator and to Chuck Norris. He used to review whiskey, but because of the drug not conviction, that's not the right word, it's a plea bargain. It all goes away if he stays clean for 5 years during probation. It all goes away, it never happened. So it's not exactly a conviction. But he has to stay clean at the minute, he has to be dry. No drugs, no alcohol for 5 years. Which I think his conviction wasn't about alcohol. I think that's quite an extreme thing to tell someone you can't drink in a society where everybody drinks all the time. If you look at church services, isn't it? The Eucharist and the what's it called? The bread and the wine, the body and the blood of Christ. Weddings, funerals, marriages, weddings, funerals, births, marriages, and deaths. Basically, it's booze. Our society is centered on alcohol. Friday night after work, booze. To tell someone you got to go 5 years without a drink, it's pretty extreme. When the crime had nothing to do with alcohol. Anyway, I digress. Tangents from tangents. Nick Ricator, fantastic commentary. I would recommend you all just go give him a go. Go watch him. He'll do random live streams that are about nothing. He'll do some that are following trials. Yeah, I really like Nick. I think he's great. He does a fantastic Trump impression, for what it's worth. I almost did one myself there. I was almost tempted. The best, the greatest Trump impression. But I can't do Trump impressions, so I won't. But Afro Man, the trial, absolutely fucking hilarious, folks. The fact that the plaintiffs, the complainants, that the lawyer for the 7 cops that were suing him, the fact that they put him on the stand and gave him an open ticket to say whatever he could answer, yes but, yes and. He can just, and it's their fault. If they'd not kicked the door in and falsely, illegally come into my house, I wouldn't be making songs about them. And he's in this stars and stripes fucking suit, Star-Spangled Banner suit. It's fucking, and he's dyed his hair jet black. I mean, he's gone total gollywog. You're not allowed to say that anymore, but I say all the words. If you imagine a gollywog, he had, I suspect it's a wig. His actual hair, if you see videos of him from a few months ago, his hair's greying and a lot thinner, and he had the full fucking afro. He had the, I'm going to say gollywog. You know the cuddly toy that we all love. I'm not being nasty about black people. It's a cuddly toy. We loved them. We cuddled them. We were nice to them. A gollywog's a nice thing. Let's not be... Anyway. Yeah, you need to wear a purple wig and get over that 1700. Yeah, okay. Be a bit weird, I guess. Best not chasing... I don't chase it. I scare the subscribers away. I say the words. I do the things. Tommy Tombstone, glad Afro Man prevailed. It was a victory for free speech. Like he said, first, the opponent's lawyers were asking him, so you did this just for money? Yeah, of course. I'm an entertainer. I'm a singer. I'm a rapper. I do concerts. I do 200 concerts a year. I just for context, folks, when the police raided his house, they took away about $4,000 and they gave him back $3,600. And their excuse for the missing money, we must have miscounted it when we first took it. It's not that there was 4,000 there and we're only giving, there must have only been 3,600. We must have got confused when we counted it. Yeah, right. You're professional fucking policemen. When they check back through the log files of all of the, not just the evidence from him, but the evidence locker for everybody, 2/3 of all of the monies taken in were under. There was less money than they took in. These are grown adult fucking professionals. And their excuse for missing money, we must have overcounted when we first wrote it on the envelope. You know what the answer to that is? Do you know how you stop that happening? You don't just note down the total. You should note there were 12 $100 bills and there were 17 $50 bills. You note down the individual, the notes and the numbers, you know, the number of each note and coin and what, and you make sure that your total that you're saying is there matches the sum of the individual. That's how you solve that. That and having two people do it independently and making sure that their records match, making sure it tallies. Don't just write down this $4,000 and then hand back 3,600 and say, oops, oopsies, we must have got it wrong. Do your fucking job. There were 15 $100 bills and there were 17 $50 and there were this many 20s and 5s and 1s, and do that. Do it fucking properly. Be a fucking professional if you're a professional. 10% of all money entering the evidence locker should not be fucking disappearing. The amount you say is in the envelope when you take it off the man or out of his house is the amount you should give back. And if it's not, if you counted it wrong, that's on you. Be a fucking professional. You get it wrong, that's on you. But it's funny how it was always down. Apparently there were some evidence drawers where it was up. There was more in than, but it was only by $2 or $5. It was like a miscount of one note or something. But to be down by $400 fucking dollars, you're thieving bastards, and it's on you. So this is a big part of the trial. He's claiming they're thieves. They're admitting, yeah, the amount we handed back isn't the amount we said we took. Then where's the defamation? Defamation is a deliberate falsehood intended to sully your character. There's no falsehood. You said you took $4,000 and you gave him back 3,600 and you went, oh, whoopsies, we must have miscounted. That's your excuse, but he's fully entitled to say you stole. There's a mismatch. It's not the right amount. What you took and what you gave back isn't the... He's fully entitled to that. I'm ranting, folks, I'm ranting. I caught part of the Afro Man trial, says Frank. Yeah, it was fun. Glad Afro Man prevailed. Just pouring down over here. Raining in Valencia. Oh, okay. Not here. We just got a bit of wind. The wind came up a few hours ago. Took his lemon pound cake. I don't think they took lemon pound cake, but that copper couldn't take his eyes. The fat cop could not take his eyes off it. He was looking at it and looking at it and looking at it. Yeah. The cake song being played. Everything they played at trial. Lick 'em Low Lisa. They played and she burst into so performative, trying to show how hurt she was by this. But it's not a falsehood, and it's free speech. He can say and write and sing what the fuck he wants. Thumbs up, folks, if you haven't already. We just had a big drop in the numbers. We're down to 5 viewers. Am I boring you with Afro Man? I don't know. What about the the lad with the... I did a notification. I pushed that out. Yeah, a lad somewhere down south, I think it wasn't it? Was it in London? The police arrest his friend, and so he's like, "What are you arresting for? What's the crime? What did he do wrong?" And they didn't like the fact he was standing asking questions, so they drag him off to one side. And then they start putting his hands behind his back, even though he's not under arrest. They're starting to cuff him. And then they push his head forward, and he's impaled on a fucking railing. That's not even that sharp. It's had metal, basically, like a palisade fence with a spike, but with a bauble, with a. It's round on top. But they push him over with such force that it impales, and then they rip him off to the side. And when he's got a rip like that, this is like a 14-year-old lad with his throat cut by the fence, and the media just did not cover it because they're in the pocket of the police nowadays. They're so used to, please do not speculate about this or about that they coordinate with the police to such an extent something nasty happens. The first thing the police do after this kid basically has his throat cut, they stand around talking about what can we say, how do we cover this up. Oh, we were in the middle of arresting him and he resisted, he pulled away, he made a sharp downward movement and this fence just happened to be in the way. A bloke called Crime Bodge, if you look online, I think the I in crime is a number 1 because his first channel got blitzed. CR number 1 digit what Bodge, Crime Bodge, but with a 1 instead of an I. He covered this because nobody else would. And now, because it's on the internet, it's starting to get a bit of traction, it's starting to get some coverage. None of these cops have been sacked. None have been imprisoned. For my money, there's 3. There was an inspector that insisted the kid be dragged away for no reason, even though he'd not committed a crime. So there's an inspector instigated. There's the 2 cops that actually dragged him away and then in handcuffing him forced his head forward over the railings. I would imprison all 3 of those cunts. Any other cop that was involved, that was on scene and didn't take him to hospital as like a fucking major priority, any of those other cops on scene, I would sack. Cops who cover for bad apples. We're always told it's the one bad apple at the bottom of the barrel. It's not. It's a whole fucking barrel of bad with the occasional fucking good apple. Any other cop on scene, I would sack. Any of the custody sergeant, when you're arrested and you're taken to a police station, your final layer of defence is the custody sergeant. The cops come along and they explain how and why you're arrested and why it was a crime, what law you broke. This kid didn't break any law. The custody sergeant just took the word of the others. Custody sergeant, inspectors, superintendents and chief superintendents and anybody involved in the when they investigate themselves, like the internal affairs or whatever the right department is. That's an Americanism, but whatever the UK equivalent is, they investigated it and found nothing wrong. Kid with his fucking throat ripped open. You look up, there's a picture of it and it's wide open and gaping, and they didn't rush him to hospital. Those guys go to prison. Custody sergeant, inspector, chief inspector, superintendent, maybe even chief super, and the internal affairs investigators who said, we've investigated, we see nothing wrong. Prison. The fucking lot of you. The ones who get off lightest are the other cops on scene who I just want sacked. The ones who did it, prison. The others on scene, sack. And anybody up the chain of command who didn't stop it, didn't report it, didn't say something's wrong here, they go to prison as well for my money. We've got to start sending a fucking message to the police. Do not cover for this shit. You see something wrong, report it. It's in your own best interest to report it, because if you don't, you're going in nick. We have to start sending. We have to stop protecting and letting them off and giving them immunity and fuck that shit. You saw something go bad and you did nothing about it. Then you go home to your wife and your kids. Oh, I'm a copper. I'm a nice guy. No, you're fucking not. You're the bad apple. In my humble opinion. So that was Scotty. Hello, Scotty. Dude got paid $5,000 for a gig and forgot about it in his pocket. Yeah, he'd been supporting. Was it Snoop Dogg? Yeah, he was the undercard or whatever you call it. He was the support act at a Snoop Dogg concert. Got paid $5,000 in cash, put in his pocket, went out, got drunk and got high. So he doesn't know how much money was in his pocket. And then he's put the suit and hung it up in the wardrobe. Police have raided the place, taken the money, and apparently the police don't know how to count. Now Walmart have a test they do. If you want to be hired at Walmart, you have to show that you can count a pile of money. And these cops would fail this test. They had no idea. They said there was one amount, wrote that on the envelope, and then when they handed the money back, that's not the amount that was there. So he has every right to call them thieves. As far as he knows, he had that amount of money that they wrote on the envelope. It's not the amount they handed back. They admitted it wasn't the amount they handed back. They know it. Now, did they miscount? That's their defence. But he has every right to make the assumption that no, they stole. The amount they said was there is the amount that was there, and then later it's not the amount they handed back. That's not defamation. If they'd the craziest one was the guy when he said, "I fucked your wife." He named one of the officers and then he said, "But I fucked your wife." That's one of his lyrics. Now he probably didn't, but they put the cop on the stand. This is a defamation case. They're suing Afro Man and they're saying he told lies about me and my family. He demeaned us. He told a deliberate falsehood. And his own lawyer asks him and says, did he fuck your wife? That's what he says, he fucked your wife. We all know that's untrue, isn't it? And instead of saying the obvious, yes, that's untrue, that's a deliberate falsehood, he showed me in a bad light by telling a lie. That's not what the cop said. His own lawyer asks, did he fuck your wife? That's what he said. He said, I don't know. I don't know. So he might have. So it's not a falsehood. Not only is it not a deliberate falsehood, we don't know it's a falsehood because you told us you don't know it's a falsehood. And the cop gets all fucking scowly and aggressive and with his own lawyer. He's trying to sue someone for $1 million. This was like a $4 million lawsuit. 3 lots of 1 million and then something like $1 million shared out amongst another 7 who were lesser offended. But this is one of the main protagonists. This is one of the main guys. His case is, this cunt says he shagged my wife. And when his own lawyer asks him, that's an obvious falsehood, isn't it? I don't know. What? And then he gets all scowly and aggressive and starts pumping his arms and, oh, I'm going to smack you. Do you really want to go there? He's asking his own lawyer, you want to fucking go there? It's hilarious. He says he fucked your wife. And the lawyer's using this language in court. Fucked your wife. Lisa licked him lower. So you're the lawyer's using all the words. A little bit like me. Using all the words. And this cop's getting angry. It's his own lawyer asking him to make his case that he has been defamed. And he fucked it up. Absolutely fucking hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. His own lawyer's trying to line it up for him to say, that's false, there's no way in hell, that's a deliberate malicious falsehood and I want to win my defamation case. And he blows his own case wide open, costs himself $1 million. There is no way it's a deliberate falsehood if it might be true. And he admits it might be true that Afro Man fucked his wife. Oh man, what a week it has been. What a fucking week. Broke his gate and broke his door, yeah. $5 in your pocket, you didn't know about it. I break out my cash denomination under 20 when I close out at the end of the day. Yeah. Snowing here, says Frank. That's right at the northern tip of, or is it Vermont or New Hampshire? I think it's Vermont. He's right at the northern tip. Just over the garden from his house is a lake, and over the lake is Canada. He's literally right at the northern tip of, I think, Vermont. They took the cake back because they thought there were drugs in it. And all of this based on what? A 26-year-old song. And then I got high. Somebody made a false report of like, this man's kidnapped. There are women trapped in the basement or in the attic or something. People are kidnapped and locked up and there's lots of drugs. Now there was grass, weed. There was, but it's legal. I think this was Ohio. And it's legal there, so that's not even a thing. That's not even a crime. They found a small amount. You're not allowed to have such a large amount that you might be trafficking, distributing, whatever the word might be. There's none of that. There's no trapped women in the basement or in the attic or whatever. There was I think his wife and kids were home. I'm not sure he was. I don't know. But yeah, the lemon pound cake. Farmer, I don't know why my chat isn't refreshing, messages not showing. I had that a little while back, yeah. working now. At the Independent Police Complaints Commission, isn't it? It's been reworded, is it not now? There's an IOPC, or that might be press complaints. Is that press? I'm not sure. Protectors of the scum, yeah, they cover for each other. But this is why I think that when they say we've investigated and there's nothing wrong, and then the public get hold of it and suddenly, oh, we've reconsidered, we're looking into it again afresh. Yeah, I bet you fucking are. Prison. For the ones that covered, prison. It's the only way we stop them covering the next time. Imprison the ones who covered this time so that we get a decent investigation. We need to root out the bad apples, not have bad apples covering for bad apples. I don't believe that it's the odd bad apple. I believe that they're almost all bad. There's an occasional good guy, but he has to watch his step. He has to conform, otherwise they won't watch his back. When he puts in the all points, kind of I need help, everybody get here urgent. When he puts that shout in one day and they're not there because he reported one of them once, we can't let that happen. He has to know that we've got his back and that he can report the bad apples without it risking his life. Tina girl, what's going on down here, babe? I'm here. I'm up here. This way, babe. This way. You want to stay under? Okay, but relax. Don't be nudging me so much, okay? It's my doggy darling. She's just here under the covers, but I don't know what she's scratching about at, but it's a bit annoying. Hey, babe. What's going on? I thought she'd gone under the covers and woke up and was like a bit lost and was trying to find a way out, but she knows where she is. She's chosen to go back under. She's at the back of my knees right now. She's got her head against the back of my knees, but she's not been still. Everyone's message, not my own. Okay. See something, say something, do something. Yeah. 23:44. How long ago was that? 44 is about 8 minutes ago. Yeah, 7, 8 minutes. Tina, that's becoming really quite annoying, darling. Come here. Come up here. Come on out. Come out. That's no good, darling. That's no good for me. That's annoying. Hello, babe. You're lovely. I don't think the peoples can see you. Let me show you off. Let me show my girl off. To anyone who's arrived late, I'll do the intro again in a minute. I am aware that in the first hour or so, I get a lot of visits that are quite short-lived. People not knowing what's going on, maybe. Here's my doggy darling. Look, here's me, and here's my doggy darling. I just dragged her out from under the covers because she was being a nuisance. Hey, babe. Hello there. Hello there. Now I'm moving my hand based on what I can see on screen rather than real life. So my movements are a little bit awkward. Hello, you. Talk to the peoples. Say hello to the peoples. They all love Tina. Tina's an internet superstar, aren't you? And babe, in the time that you've got left, we'll try and make you an even more internet superstar. She's probably not got long left, folks. For one reason or another. Hey, babe. I got your ear. It's nice and warm. She had cold ears last night. The temperatures... So the last few days, or the last week, we've had single-digit temperatures at night. In Celsius. Not Fahrenheit, but... 8 and 9 degrees. It's kind of noticeably cooler again on a night. Joby was saying the other day, oh, look at that. Joby was saying the other day he was busking, he was out busking, and when the sun went down behind the building, so it's not sunset yet, but headed that way. As soon as the sun went down behind the building, he could just feel the sound, and he rushed back home to his tent because he knew it was going to be cold. Get in and get warm before, you don't want to be getting cold and then trying to warm yourself up while you're living in a tent. You want to get in, get the doors closed, and get tucked in while you're still warm. And he managed that. He did that. What we got here? Farmer toggled between top chat and all messages, and everything came back. Yeah, I get my chat freezes sometimes, and I have to do either go to no chat or to top chat. Just switch between them, and it just reinitiates the. I assume it's JavaScript behind the scenes. It might actually be Java, but I always assume JavaScript. So I say it's an AJAX request, asynchronous JavaScript and XML to retrieve the latest chat messages. I heard, hold on, that jumped. Where am I? I heard YouTube did something and certain browsers apps would be affected. Yeah, that happens. It's jumped again as soon as I lifted my finger. Oh, where are we? Okay, there. That was the one. Oh no, that's not it. Further back. Oh, it jumped again as soon as I lift a finger. It jumps right down. Where are we? That one. Welcome home, Bella Karen, says Fabrizio. Good to know, farmer. Snowing here, got 4 inches so far. I see, it's no good when you've only got 4 inches. You're telling your own jokes now. I never said anything. UK Richie, Finding Rose, Tommy Tombstone. Farmer says welcome. I seen that he was cross-examined and he said, I don't know if he fucked my wife. Yeah. The cop who... Now it says reconnecting. The cop blitzed his own defamation case. To win a defamation case, you have to show the man said something false. He knew it was false and it caused you harm. As soon as you say you don't know it's false, and there's no way of knowing, you've given him permission to say it. You just lost your... Not only did you lose your case, but you're calling your wife a whore. Potentially. When he gets home, when he got home last night, his wife was waiting with the fucking rolling pin or the frying pan. She's going to smack him with one or the other. His marriage is over. That guy will be divorced within the next 3 months, I promise you. There's no fucking doubt about it. That guy will be divorced within the next 3 months. As sure as eggs is eggs. To Afro Man and to Chuck Norris. Cheers. To anyone that hasn't heard, Chuck Norris has left this mortal coil, or whatever the phrase is. He is no more. He's gone up there for a rematch with Bruce Lee. I got beer dripping off my tap. I really do have to. I'm gonna take the hedge trimmers to this. I'll do it this weekend. Just a moderate trim because Karen is here, and at some point, maybe within the next 6 or 8 weeks, she will find time to give me a proper trim. The cops live freaky lives. They're quite abusive partners in general. They have a much higher rate of spousal abuse than do other folk, other guys. It's that, I think, especially in America, there's a trend for them to be roid droids. They're all on the steroids, trying to bulk up so that they can be bigger and butcher and wider when it comes to the tussle. Even though, if you do get in a ruck with one, you got one hand tied behind your back because you know you can't actually hit them. So if it does become a bit of a pushy shovey thing, you know that you can't hit them. They're fighting you and you've already got one hand tied behind your back. So they like to get physical and dive in and escalate and push and shove, walk right up to you and crowd your space. They do all that in the knowledge that you're going to hesitate. Even after they punch you, you're going to hesitate because you can't punch them. That's not allowed, or is difficult to justify. Technically, legally, you're allowed to defend yourself against an illegal arrest, but it's a battle that should best be had in court rather than in the street. And you know they're going to back each other up. The other cop's going to say you were the one. They're going to investigate themselves and find they did nothing wrong. All of the things. Oh, fuck off. I'm not sure this lamp is charging, folks. This cable, it's fairly, my little octopus cable, it's fairly new. I've only had it a couple of months, but it's already becoming a little bit iffy and dodgy. I don't know if it's the cable or if it's the lamp. It's possibly the port in the lamp. Fortunately, if the port is never knackered, it's chargeable via solar. So I can sit it outside. Do I look dull? Dim? Is that the camera? Or have I, maybe I caught the light? That's full. Normally we have it on the middle there. That looks really dim to me. But it might be, maybe I don't have brightness on my screen. Let me give myself more reasonable brightness. Possibly that'll do. That's possibly good enough. I'm scrolling, folks. We did disconnect a little bit. The other... Oh, man, where we go? Where are we? As soon as I take my finger off, it jumps. The other guy had to repeat that he called him something like a fluffy donut, that he was fat. Yeah. Oh, it was a hilarious trial. It really was. Frank remembers when one female cop took down the whole force in a town. By took down, you mean fight, or she was so corrupt that the whole thing collapsed? I'm not sure. I can read that two ways. Karen always said she would never date a copper. They always have affairs. Farmer, Fabrizio. Frank, I'm not going to jinx it by saying S word. LMAO. S word. S. I don't know. Do I know the S word? Yes, Delta Mike, it was Ohio. That was my memory, but that was my recollection. Karen says it's cold tonight. Let me see. Karen's the other side of Torrevieja, the Punta Prima kind of almost end of things. But I got 13 as the current temperature, have I? Cloudy 13. Oh, and a 30% chance of rain in the next few hours. Now, hold on, why is that not scrolling? Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's bad. Tomorrow, the last I looked, tomorrow was going to be sunny. Now it's going to be cloudy all day. If you remember the start of the show, if it's a show, podcast, TrampCast, whatever this is, I said that my EcoFlow was on 20 odd %. I'd fallen asleep and left my freezer on. Burnt through all my power. And now we're not going to get any power tomorrow. And I'm burning through power now so that we can do TrampCast. down to 42 on the new EcoFlow. So I've got 20 odd percent over there, and on the new one I've got 42. I've probably got enough power to be comfortable. I'll get through tomorrow, no problem. Let me check on the day after. I need to know that I've got some fucking sun coming. If not tomorrow, then when? 2 seconds. I need to go to a different app. 30-40% chance all day tomorrow. Oh, a little bit of sun in the afternoon according to the other weather forecast. That's for Saturday. Sunday is sunshine. That's okay then. I am going to have to visit the little boy's room sometime soon, folks. In fact, pretty urgently. If you could just bear with me and not ditch me just because I'm not here. I just need to go and take care of a little bit of business. I shall mute the microphone. I will be back within 2 minutes. Bear with me. It's a teddy bear. Quick cuddle with my little doggy. She's going underground apparently. She's tunneling under the covers again. That was interesting, folks. I've come back with a very wet foot. So earlier today, I've got so much stuff, so many bags of food and stuff laying around. I wanted to put something into the fridge earlier, and there wasn't enough room. So I had to remove a carton of oat milk. So I've got this carton of oat milk that's opened and like 3/4 used, and and I've just gone and stood on it, haven't I? And all the milk spills out. So for anyone who doesn't know, oat milk, you take your porridge oats and you pass water through it and you stir it up and the water becomes kind of white. That's oat milk. That's all it is. Shit can't go off because there's nothing milky or fatty in there. It's just water that's had oats in it. Anyway, I've just stood on the carton, haven't I? and forced it to spill out, and my foot's all fucking wet. I don't know. I got another 2 litres of oat milk in there, and I've got 2 litres of proper milk. I had a 3rd litre that I didn't know about. Yeah, I went digging around in my fridge after Karen came around on Wednesday. Karen family. They brought me some things, and so I had some things to put away. And so I knew I had some stuff that had gone off in the fridge, and I've been putting it off for... Mainly, I had some bread buns and some hot dog buns. They were bright green inside the wrapper. I got some others that are even older that weren't even in the fridge, and they haven't gone off. Some modern bread, folks. Some modern bread. Nothing in nature will touch it. The good stuff goes green after a week or 2. The bad stuff sits and looks at you for 2 months and fucking laughs in your face. Nothing in nature will touch it. Not the ants, not the mice, not the mould. Nothing in nature will touch some of this modern bread. I've no idea how they do it. I assume it's the nuclear stuff, the what do they call it? Irradiated. Some products you shine some radiation on them. That's not the right phraseology, but you expose them to radiation, it kills all the microbes. So when you pack it inside a plastic bag with some nitrogen instead of air, nothing can grow. It'll sit there forever, and no mold or anything will develop, because everything that was there, all life inside that bag, has been destroyed. And that's how they do it. That's how some modern bread will sit and look at you for 6 months before it even thinks about going off. Nothing in nature will touch it. People saying, sweet Tina girl. It was, okay, I'm about in the right place then. I've picked up, there's Tommy Tombstone saying Tina girl. Auntie Karen said, hello Tina. Auntie Karen. You're not reacting. You're asleep. Okay, that's nice. That's nice. Where are we? Hello, Tina. Tina seemed very happy last week when we met her. Might have been the treats Lisa kept sneaking her. Or Linda, as I thought she might have been called after. No, I was 90% sure it was Lisa. Yeah. No, the treats always help. Feed her once, friends for life. That's how she works. Whoa, why did it just jump like that? Get that lamp away. I'm still scrolling backwards. There's Tuddy 1977 arriving. Hassle from youth and bothered. Stone throwing is the main thing with kids, yeah. Chuck Norris, Godspeed, and yes, also to Legend Afro Man for having those idiots repeat the Streisand effect, isn't it? Barbara Streisand didn't want her house showing online, so when someone showed it online, she made a big deal about it and brought a court case, I think, thus bringing 1 million times the attention that it had had. Like 10 or 100 people had seen this YouTube post or whatever, Facebook post, whatever, about her home. You know, a few hundred had seen it. She made a big deal about it, and suddenly millions see it. Thus is born the Streisand effect, as it is now known. Something bad happens, you don't want anyone to see it, you make a big deal of it, the whole world fucking becomes aware of it. Yeah, the cops in the Afro Man case, that's exactly what they did. I'd stay away from McDonald's, although my father would treat me to a Okay, someone explain this to me. Americans, and I know you're Canadian, farmer, but Americans refuse to pronounce words in a foreign way. So niche, if something it's a specific category, it's obscure, it's niche. To Americans, that's niche. They won't say niche, they insist on saying niche. N-I-C-H-E, niche. Fillet, suddenly they're all, oh, filet of fish, all French, filet. It's a fucking fillet of fish. We pronounce in English, Americans supposedly speak English. It's a fucking fillet of fish, where you slice the top half off above the bone, and then there's the other half the other side of the bone. Each one of those is a fillet, with a T, fillet. Filet o fish. Fuck off, you puffs. Let me go. Filet. Everyone's. This is. I'm back to farmer. Sorry, I took a detour. Filet o fish every once in a long while after school. So sometimes I'd get as a treat, but even those are not as hot and fresh as they used to be. Oh, it's. You know, I might exit the video and come back in. See if I can stop it. It's jumping around just too much. I found 15-year-old McDonald's hamburger buns that never showed mold under car seats that and their fries. Yeah, some stuff just doesn't. Tina, what's going on? I think she's snoring right against my leg. I've got this repeated. There's a vibration going on against the back of my leg. That's not good. Is there much salt mist in the air there? Who's that to? Was that to me or to someone else? We do. I mean, I am by the sea, so I get a lot of salt. There is a lot of salt in there and a lot of moisture in the air at times. My old EcoFlow, as I'm now going to call it, my original EcoFlow, the 12-volt port is all rusted. When I plug something in, I have to twist the adapter so that the metal contacts rub away some rust to form a contact. I don't know if your question was in response to me or it looks like it could fall apart. With 2 on low light days, he'd be able to recharge better. Oh yeah, with two EcoFlows. Yeah. Still the busted panel. It is. I haven't bought. So maybe before you arrived, I was saying about how I'm in a bit of a financial crunch of my own making, because I've just paid a friend for the second EcoFlow. I've just had to pay my phone bill and pay extra because I'm paying through a third party. It cost me almost €20 instead of, to put 15 on account cost me 18.50 something or other. Because I have to pay a third party. That's annoying, and I'm going to stop that. I might get a new SIM card next month. I'm not carrying on. If Labara can't tell me whether it's them that's rejecting the payment or whether it's my card processor. Anyway, it's costing me nearly 20 to put 15 on account. I bought the EcoFlow where I had to offset a debt that someone owed me and €110. I need 1, possibly 2 new solar panels, and I needed to put some money on my card just for general living. And it's all, for the last couple of months I've been telling people how I'm alright and don't need any money. Someone gave me some money and I refunded it because I thought they'd given it because they'd misunderstood my circumstance. Someone else I refunded half just because I thought they were being over generous over frequently. You might be out there. I've been returning money and refunding money and telling people not to give money, and now suddenly I haven't got enough money. So I'm my own worst enemy. Karen keeps telling me off for this. She tells me not to say no ever, but if I think someone's donated it overly generously and it's because they misunderstood my circumstance, I can't take that money. That I have to be true to my own morality. If it's yourself, it's morals. If it's someone else, it's ethics. If it's another group, If it's outside pressure, that's ethics. If it's your own internals, that's morality. Just, you came here for the education, folks. Like the other week when we learnt the difference between a tax and a duty. Taxes are general. We're gonna enforce. We're gonna charge a fee on top of all of these things. If they name a specific item, we're taxing alcohol. We're taxing that. That's a duty. There's a difference. A named item, it's a duty. A generality, that's a tax. You came here for the education, and I'm gonna give you a fucking education every time you come. So again, where was I? Morality versus ethics. Morale comes from within. Ethics is kind of imposed, isn't the right word. Indicated from outside. You're pushed towards something by an ethics board. There's no such thing as a morale board, morality board. Ethics is your own personal, and I got my beliefs. If someone heard my solar panel was smashed and figured I was without power and thus sent a massive donation because I don't want to, they didn't want to see me without power. Well, there's a misunderstanding. I've still got some power. The solar panel, although it is smashed, it's working at half capacity. I am not without power. I'm not dead. I'm not dead in the water. I'm not. And so I figured that was a misunderstanding, and I refunded them in an entirety. Someone else heard this, heard the full story, gave a very generous donation. I thought too generous given previous donation history, and I refunded half. I still took half the money. But I now find myself in a little bit of a crunch through my own decision to make a purchase. A friend had this thing, he wanted to convert it to cash. I thought it was better I got it than that he gave it, that he went a different avenue, a different direction. I had an EcoFlow River 2. I have an EcoFlow River 2. This is an EcoFlow River 3, and it was less than a month old, slight damage, but I offered him about 2/3 of the retail value, minus an offset for a debt that was hanging over us. So that's settled. We settled the debt on a cash lump sum, and I'm happy and he's happy, and we're good. But yeah, the solar panel is well smashed, as anyone who's seen it will tell me. In fact, I think I showed it in a video once. 2 solar panels. I need at least one, but yeah, maybe 2. One payment, please. One moment, please. That's a Big Clive reference. Still the busted panel. Yeah, it doesn't look good. With 2 on the low light days. Yeah, I mean, we're coming into summer, to be fair, folks. We're coming into summer, and there will be lots of sun. So even on half power, I would probably scrape by. In another week or 2, I'll have to start using the fan. I'll have to open both doors and put the fan on all day long to circulate the air and how the cross breeze from one door to the other across the living room. That's fine, but that doesn't help this bedroom. This end of the tent will be very hot, so the fan just stirs the air. I have to find a way of standing it up because it's broken off its base. It's a little bit fucked that way. But fan, slow cooker, I use when I've got enough power. The fan, the slow cooker, if I got a second panel, I might have enough electricity to start using my TV. I'm aware that I'm being a bit of a dick. The tramp with the TV. I don't have an antenna, although I could buy one off Temu. I don't know how well do these cheap external kind of antennas work. See, it's not like an aerial. It's not like an antenna that has to work through brick or not like one of those internal indoor. I'm outside essentially, aren't I? It's just fabric between me and the sky. So maybe one of those indoor antennas, those cheap antennas. Maybe one of those would work. Or maybe I could get a proper antenna and a metal pole. I'm tempted just for the piss take. I mean, I can just download a film and put it on a pen drive and put it in the back of the telly in the USB port and do that. Which is what I did in the past, the one time I used the telly. I think I've used it 3 times. Twice to test and once for real. But I never had enough power to make proper use of it. Maybe this summer I could. Or is that a bit... Am I taking the piss a bit much there? Maybe no one will contribute and donate to me once they see me living in the fucking lap of luxury. Solar panels and eco-flows and tellies and slow cookers coming out the wazoo. Like my fibre optic Christmas tree. Oh, where are we date-wise? I missed my un-Christmas last month. It's the 21st. It's a Saturday. It's Wednesday the 25th. I got to do my own Christmas. So for anyone who doesn't know, my Christmas was kind of ruined by weather this year. So I promised myself that I would, on the 25th of each month, I would have a Christmas. The full thing. Turkey, Yorkshire pudding, full meal, Christmas tree. I was going to do all the things. I did on January the 25th. I did an on Christmas. And we live streamed while I cooked an un-Christmas dinner. February, I totally missed it. I think we had bad weather and I just wasn't in the mood. I didn't even notice that the 25th came and went. But in a few days, it's the 25th. I may do an un-Christmas. I may go to the supermarket. I just sent Karen some money and she's put it on my tippy tappy tap and go card. I could go get some turkey. I've got potatoes. I've got onions. I wonder if I could find some parsnip or sprouts. The last time I was in the supermarket, they had both fresh parsnips and sprouts. Didn't have them at Christmas. Oh, not until about 2 days before Christmas. They actually got some in then, but they've had them. I may do an un-Christmas dinner in a few days, folks. Maybe. Karen brought me a new frying pan. I'm not sure what the history of it is. I don't know if it's from her house or if it's from something she found in the street by the bins. I don't know the history. I didn't ask. Too much was going on. But I got some new stuff. I've also got a load of Tupperware and stuff that needs washing that I haven't washed in ages. It's gone a bit manky. I didn't have enough water, folks. I was down to my last 20 litres. I was preserving water and washing things takes too much. But now I got a little bit of water to spare, so probably tomorrow I'll have a go at washing some of my Tupperware and some of my pans and things that need it. In preparation, did you say Wednesday, Tuesday or Wednesday, the 25th, whenever the hell that is. Happy on Christmas. I'm going to do a Christmas dinner. Whether I put the Christmas tree out, I don't know. Fibre optic Christmas tree? Maybe. Can you imagine as it goes dark and the tramp in the field's got his fucking Christmas tree lit up, flashing away in the field? I like that idea. I like that idea. It's a bit dickish, but I am a dick sometimes. Most of the time, probably. Depends who you ask, when you ask. Depends on context. But probably I'm a dick. That's nearly empty. Let me scroll, if it hasn't jumped to the bottom already. With 2 on low light, yeah, on the low light days. There won't be too many low light days from now on though. Another month, summer begins and that's it. It's sunny all day, every day until September. But there'll probably 2 or 3 thunderstorms at some point in between. Summer kind of thunderstorms. But a month from now, winter and spring will be over, and we'll be into summer proper. That's how Spain is. There's only really, it's kind of summer all year round, apart from January and February. Really, January, February, and then at the other end, September, October can be a little bit weird. But the rest, it's just summer. I think I was working backwards. Did I go back far enough? Busted panel, one moment please, yeah. Don't make me say it, Mike. It's white and goes everywhere. Wait, hey, okay, Farmer. I can spot Farmer's. Farmer made a comment on, was it, I think it was it Big Clive or was it Scruff Dog? And YouTube showed me the video and a snippet of a comment totally out of context. No, it didn't name who had made the comment. I looked at the comment and I said, that sounds like Farmer. And when I clicked through, it was a Farmer comment. Tina was sleeping with the whole force. Get the lamp away from it. Okay, lamp away from the beer. Clean the glasses, mate. Hold on. Which glasses? These ones? Or drinking glass? I'm not sure where we're going. Like, good Mike. Tuddy just arrived. Tuddy 1977. Seen another chat. You're getting hassled from youths and bothered. Yeah, they throw stones at the tent and they shout vagabondo, which is the Spanish word most closely translates to tramp, but it actually has like a criminal inference. So it's not just a homeless guy, it's not just a guy in a tent, it means a criminal on the run kind of thing. So I kind of object a little bit, but they're little bastards. The last time someone threw stones, they were about 7. I mean, it wasn't, you know. They both missed. I heard a plonk. I heard a thud in the bushes. And when I stuck my head out, there's 2 7-year-olds pedaling away at the top, you know, as fast as they could, shouting vagabondo from the main road. Ordinarily, I'm outside a little bit quicker and I'm throwing stones back at the bastards. And I'll be honest, I'm better at it than they are. I'm more likely to fucking hit them than they are to hit me. There are times when people have been throwing stones at me and I just walk at them while they're still fucking throwing at me. There was a guy fly tipping once. I got a load of wood. It was the basis of a bed. Good quality, good thick planks from the base of the bed. The lats or slats, whatever you want to call them. What's the right word? Are they lats or are they slats? The wood that crosses from one side to the other and you put a mattress on top of it. Anyway, this fucker was throwing stones at me in the middle of the night, like 3 in the morning, and I'm marching towards him just knowing he's going to miss, because everybody misses all the time. And he jumped in his van and fucked off, real sharpish. I was just walking towards him like the fucking Terminator, just assuming that the rocks were going to miss, and some of them were fucking big rocks, but mainly it's children, and this last time it was 7-year-olds. I didn't even throw anything back at them. It would have been wrong to aim a brick or whatever at someone so young. But I've had other times when it's been a gang of 10 and they've been 14 or 15, you know, little scrouts. And same thing. I've got a pile of stones right outside the door of the tent. They come at me, I get them, and I go back at them. And I don't care. If they get injured, they get fucking injured. You're literally using potentially deadly force against me, throwing rocks and bricks and whatever. I'm gonna fucking do it back, and I'm better at it than you are. I've done it more. I've had more practice. Fuck 'em, and I mean that quite fucking sincerely. Fuck 'em. If they get hurt, they get hurt, and it's turnabout is fair play. What else can you say? You're throwing fucking rocks at me and my home, and I'll throw a fucking rock back at you. I considered buying an actual fucking, what I would call a catapult, you might call it a slingshot. Elasticated, Y-shaped bit of wood. You know, I considered buying some of them from Temu. Still might. I might do it for the pigeons. Pigeon pie, anyone? I should have some, because come the apocalypse, just as a prepper in general, I could live on pigeons or parrots. Can you eat a parrot? Is there much meat on a parrot? I don't know. How much meat on a parrot compared to a pigeon? Got lots of them. We've got lots of green parrots around here. Let's ask Google. How much meat on a parrot compared to a pigeon? I know that for a proper meal you need 2 or 3 pigeons to make a meal for an adult. But what's going on? Hold on. Plink, plink, plink. What's a plink, plink? Frank, what are you doing? For the next pints on me, says Frank. Who's that? Okay. Fab Mauer. Say hello to Karen from Farmer. Okay. We got a... That's not the name you've come up as in the past, Farmer. Just for any miscellaneous or whatever. That's... Hold on, mate. That's... Whoa! No! Oh, I get it. No, that was what I... Okay, no, that was me missing. That's the amount I sent out to Karen. Okay. No, you guys. Fama and Frank. Thank you, folks. Thank you. That's incredible, but... I gotta say, I think Fama's is a little bit... I think it's a bit over generous, mate. We'll talk after. We'll talk after. Some people send me a lot of money, and I'm like, I have to check that you're a fucking millionaire or something. If you're a millionaire and it's no skin off your nose, then fine. But I don't want people sending more than they can. You can support me, no pressure, only if you want to. It used to say, well, in full, it says only if you want to and you can afford it. I caught some people early on sending me money, and then later on I found out that they were in a hard place themselves, and they'd sent me money when they probably needed it more than me, and I didn't like that. I didn't like that feeling. I know people like to be generous, they like to make a gesture, they like to help. If they've got 4 walls and a roof, they feel that they're more secure than I am and that my need might be greater. But if I then find out like a week later or a month later that they're in a hard place themselves, I feel bad for it, because I get by. I know I'm in a fucking tent, I'm in a field, it's me and a dog with no real income. The UK government don't want to know, the Spanish government don't help, the Torrevieja authorities don't help. They hindered. The bastards got me arrested deliberately, didn't they? So I know that people want to help. I just want to make sure that nobody's overstretching themselves. I don't want to take your money and then find out that you haven't got it. That leaves me feeling worse. So I appreciate all donations, folks. If you want to help, like it says there, you can support me, but no pressure. Only if you want to, only if you've got it. And no more than you can spare yourself. I did, in fact, I think I said earlier, I donated myself to something this week. The Great Tommy Sleep Out, I think it's called. People spend a night voluntarily out, kind of homeless or in a tent in a field or whatever, and get sponsored and raise money and give money to charity for homeless veterans, British homeless veterans. I donated to a guy, Steve, at Everyday Prepper, folks. If you go to Everyday Prepper on YouTube, if you search for Everyday Prepper, a bloke called Steve, he did an overnighter in a field race to somewhere between 200 250 pounds, not euros, pounds. I struggled to send him the money. The site that collects the money didn't do. Apparently, it does do PayPal. It just didn't for me. Maybe it's an Android compatibility issue. So I had to send him the money directly, and then he put it into the fund on my behalf. Then he gave me a shout out, which a little bit embarrassing. It's only, I think I sent 10 euros, not even £10. I think it's 10 euros. But I got a shout out. I got a, you know, he made a point of saying, hey, even a homeless guy donated for the homeless vets. Vets, Americanism, didn't exist when I was a kid. Ex-serviceman, we would say. Veterans wasn't a word. A vet was an animal doctor. I guess language changes, doesn't it, folks? Neologisms. I've formed a few myself. Hobosexual. That was one, wasn't it? Ladies, where are you? Why do I only get the gay blokes turning up at the fucking door? Where are the ladies? John. The Swedish bloke that was in the field that is now back in Sweden as of today. Hopefully. I don't know for sure, but hopefully he's back home. He has a friend. She was a model. Yeah. Yeah. Very pretty lady. Anyway, I distract myself. Where was it? Neologisms, homosexual. That was Tuddy. I see on chat you get in trouble from kids throwing stones, yeah. Chuck Norris, Godspeed, and to the legend that is Afro Man. That must have been when I was doing a toast. Tons of iguanas in Florida to eat. You eat the iguanas. Or is that only Florida Man? Florida Man, for anyone, for the Brits who or the Euros that might not know, when we do the Englishman, Scotsman, Irishman jokes, or used to, before we all got politically correct. So the Irish were the butt of the jokes. Florida Man is the American equivalent. Florida Man is they'll have a news item and somebody's done something stupid and it's always a Florida Man. That's their equivalent. For bird control, slingshots are great. Have you ever seen anybody throw a stick, slightly bent, almost like a boomerang, but not? And they will, for aerodynamic reasons, they will end up shaping it. It ends up looking like a boom, but they throw it along the ground. And rabbits or birds on the ground was what this thing is aimed at. It's quite a useful thing. I think it probably makes more noise whooshing through the air. I mean, even though you're throwing it low and parallel to the ground, probably just whoosh a bit. So more likely rabbits, the birds have probably taken off by then. But yeah, the catapult or slingshot, whatever you want to call it, for birds, you got to overcome that dislike of taking a life. So it's not something I would ever do like for practice or for laughs or for but if the world went to shit, if suddenly there are no shops and I'm a tramp in a field and World War III or whatever, you got to I've had some practice at overcoming that fear of taking a life because of the mouse traps and dealing with the death throes of mice and things over the last mice and rats. I don't have anything big enough to take out a rat at the minute. Unfortunately, I don't have a rat problem. Mice got in a little while ago. I haven't had any for a while, but they'll be back. Or will they? This time of year, maybe not. They usually, if you remember, this time last year was when I was being plagued by them, and then I got the mouse traps, didn't I, from Adam and Mel brought me the mouse traps, along with some. They brought me a set of drawers and things, the plastic drawers over there that have got food in, and some other things. But they brought me 4 mouse traps from Temu, and that's about a year ago. Hold on, where are we going here? Farmer, he needs a new solar panel. I mean, that's what I would spend it on. There's a conversation going on here between Farmer and Karen, I think, and I donated to my friend's daughter's basketball team, says Frank. Delta Mike is a good mate. I imagine this like a pub, and I just bought him a couple of pints. Thank you, my friend. It's appreciated. That's why you got to cook them well. Be careful of salmonella in iguana meat. Okay. You can't eat the parrots, they're too pretty. Not once they're plucked, they're not. Do you know how to pluck a bird, folks? So you can get a drill and set it and have a rotating thing that will do it. Or you do it the old-fashioned way. You dip them in boiling water for 1 minute. And then the feathers all come out really easily. You just grab and they just come out without any real effort. I YouTube, you know, you learn things. Dispatching rabbits, dispatching chickens, dispatching what the other little birds, the ones that are not chickens, the little eggs. You need 3 or 4 of the eggs to be the equivalent of a chicken egg, and they are called, it's gone. I've got anybody? I've talked about them in the past. I quite fancy farming them myself. Do I literally have to type this in? Little birds to farm for eggs or not those. Not guinea fowl, not partridges. Come on Google. Yo, quail. Where did I get surf from? Quail. That's them. If you've got, so you want a set of 4. You want a male and 3 females, 3 or 4 females. And as long as the male's in the pen with them, keep those eggs, collect them for a week, and then put them in an incubator. You'll get about 100 from those 4 or 5 birds, somewhere between 75 and 100 eggs, and you should get something like 80% hatch rate. And 6 weeks, 8 weeks, something like that, 6 to 8 weeks, they're fully mature and they're ready to either breed or harvest. And what you will do is you will harvest the males. Probably most of the males. You'll keep the females for their egg laying or whatever capabilities, but you will 3/4 of the males you'll probably get rid of, and you just take a pair of scissors, kitchen scissors, big set of shears, and just head off, blood into a bucket, and job done. Like I said, put them in boiling water for a minute or so, take them out, pluck them, gut them, take out the intestinal tract, the whole food thing, but the heart, lungs, the other stuff, kidneys, those are all edible. Dress them up, dress them like mini chickens, and cook them like chickens or pigeons. Bit of red wine maybe, and away you go. That's the way you do it, folks. And come the end times, come the Third World War or whatever, you could quickly, by keeping the birds that you keep and hatching the eggs and hatching more eggs, you could quickly start feeding a whole village. Within 6 months you could be feeding thousands of people. And especially if you've got some rabbits as well, because they breed like fucking rabbits. The rabbits, don't they? There's more meat on a rabbit than there is on a quail. But quail, you're looking mainly for the eggs, but the birds, the You got to overcome that dispatching thing. You got to overcome the how to kill them. Quail, big pair of scissors, chop the head off. Rabbits, it's a broom handle. Put the rabbit on the floor, put a broom handle across its neck, stand on it on both sides and lift the back of the rabbit, and you do an internal decapitation. You break the spine. And then you've got the skinning and gutting thing to do. We're a little bit, in the West, we're a little bit out of touch with where our meat comes from. Rabbit is for sale here in Spain. You never see rabbit in a supermarket in Britain. I never did. When I was a kid, butchers would have rabbit, but there are no butchers left anymore. They've all been replaced by supermarkets. Very few butchers left. So things like pigeon and rabbit are not a thing, whereas over here they are. Certainly rabbit, and in some places pigeon. Some places, sometimes a year, it's seasonal probably. But if the world goes to shit and I'm in a field and I've not got any help from anybody, then pigeons. There are rabbits or hares, I'm not sure which. We see the droppings on the cliff tops. Tina's running in her sleep, which is nice, apart from the fact that I get kicked shit out of. Because her legs don't really work in real life. But in her dreams, it's not a big kick, but it's nice. I like it when I feel it. She can run free in her dreams, if not in real life. You can't eat the parrots, they're too pretty, said Karen. That's Delta Force Mike, although going by Mike's melee, I'd say possibly it might be Mike's fist bouncing off of their... Who are we talking about? Where's that? Quail, okay, we jumped to the bottom. We got quail and quail eggs from Frank Nadobody. You got there before me. I had to look it up. I had S in my head. I don't know why. Normally when I've got a letter or a phenome? No, that's not the right word. What do they call the thing where you get two letters? The sound that two letters make. Is it phenome? That sounds wrong. Google. Phenome isn't what I was after. It is a thing to do with sounds and words, but I don't think that's the one I was after. Sound of two letters. There is a word. The sound of two letters together. Digraph. That's not where I was going. Digraph is the writing of a sound or a thing that's two letters. Digraphs. It's that th for w. Yeah, it's those, but that's not the word I was looking for. Digraph. Graph means writing. That's. I'm after the sound. No, Google, your AI let me down there, mate. You got it wrong this time. I'm sure it's phoneme or something like that, isn't it? Like phonics, phoneme. Can I stress it's sound, not the written mark? Sound of two letters together, not. Do I have to write this? Not the written mark. I don't want to see graph. Digraph. Fuck off. It's not the phoneme. Create a new sound of phoneme. I just don't think that's quite where I was going. That doesn't quite. Digraph versus blends. What the fuck's a blend? Two letters equal two sounds stuck together. The footler in flag. For lag. That's different from a ch for her. I don't know, folks. Maybe I don't know what I was after. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. That wouldn't be the first time, would it? Eh? Fuck. Delta Mike doesn't know what he's talking about. I do apologise, folks. The chat is jumping around like ridiculously, and I managed to throw that exactly on top of the other can that I threw over there earlier. I may well have missed some chats because it sometimes it jumps to the bottom, sometimes it jumps backwards. Bird control slingshots, tons of iguanas, Delta Force Mike, fists bouncing off. Okay, you can't eat the parrots, they're too pretty. Be careful of salmonella in iguana meat. That's why you got to cook them well. Yeah, anything that you catch wild, cook well. Don't be trying to be all fucking what's the word? Rare, medium rare and rare. Don't be doing that with wild shit. Delta Mike's a good mate. I treat it like being down the pub, bought him a couple of pints. Thank you, Frank. It's appreciated, my friend. We will have that chat maybe after this. We can I will be awake. I'll need about a quarter of an hour just to take care of a couple of things, but we can chat after this. We've been trying for about a month and we haven't met up. I keep falling asleep at the wrong times or the wrong days. Farmer, no problem, Karen. Maybe you could suggest what he needs to spend it on. No, because, well, it'd be on some fireworks and drafts I'd spend it on. I'm not going to blow it on. I've been all the money I've ever been donated, most, I've been really careful about what I've spent it on. This is what offends me when people accuse me of being like the major alky or whatever. I've saved up to buy EcoFlows, fridge freezers, solar panels, the original picnic cooler, the cool box that didn't really work out, the lamps and lights and I don't know what else. I didn't buy the TV, but I've been really judicious. I've been really careful about what I use donated money on, and I've been very, very thorough about any stipulation anyone gave me. Someone gives me a tenner and says, not for booze. That money does not go on booze. Someone gives me 20 and says, take yourself off down Tweeties. I go to Tweeties. Except I am one behind. I do owe Josie. Josie sent me some money one time and said, go to Tweeties next week. The weather and things happened and I haven't got there yet. But I will one day. I owe you guys, I guess, I owe you guys a trip to Tweeties for me to get fish and chips. That is, I've been very, very deliberate and very careful with any stipulation. Some people send me money and say get a beer, and I'll go and I'll buy a case of beer. €3, €4, folks. You know, we're not talking about. but there was somebody made a post a couple of weeks back, well, it's nearly a month ago now, and it really did it really did irk me. Your repeated bad behaviour and excessive drinking. Now I think I've done 2 streams where I've been drunk. And it was borderline drunk. I didn't realise I was fucking drunk. I didn't know. Today, this afternoon, I was drunk. I was telling everyone around me how fucking merry I was and how I was kind of having a bit of a buzz. I knew it. There's been a couple of streams where I've played them back after and I'm a bit more slurry with my words than I realised at the time. Obviously, I knew I'd had a drink. But like the one, it's about a month ago when Mark brought 4 of these little bottles. 200ml, this one's 200ml. One of them was a little bit bigger, like 300, I think. But on the whole, they were this kind of size. They were a mixture. But a month later, I've still got it. But I'm a raving alky, according to some people. What was it? Your repeated, yeah, this was the repeated bad behaviour comment. The drinking thing I can fucking laugh off and not give a fuck about. Tell me my repeated bad behaviour. What did I ever do that was bad behaviour? Ever? I argued with the police when they when they took every tent peg out and shook the tent and were in danger of damaging it. I threatened to smack the cunt on the nose. I say the words. I hate having to say the N-word, like the phrase, the N-word. If I'm talking about the word, I want to say the word in this. I'm not using it. I'm not calling anybody it. The N-word is childish, having to say that. So I will say nigger, because we're talking about the word nigger. So it makes sense to use the fucking word. It's childish not to. It's pathetic. I don't. If I now say I have black friends, you can't talk yourself out of that corner. There's no, I've had I'm not racist, I've got black friends. You can't talk yourself out of that. I wouldn't think of using that word in that context to those people. But I hate the pussyfooting around with words. So I say the words. What other bad behaviour have I ever exhibited? I'm generally pro-police, but I'm against bad policing. I'm against abuse of authority. I'm against what I see in Britain with people being locked up for Facebook posts. The kid with his chin ripped open, with his neck ripped open that we were discussing earlier, and the cover-up. The fact that those police didn't immediately rush that kid to hospital themselves, or didn't summon an ambulance as a priority. They literally, if they use the word priority over the radio, an ambulance would be there in fucking 2 minutes. They stood around for a quarter of an hour discussing how to get out of trouble, while the kid's neck's flapping wide open. It's the most disgusting thing I think I've ever seen. Not the injury, the police behaviour. 14-year-old kid with his neck cut from there to there by them messing about, handcuffing him and forcing his head forward over a palisade fence. Impaling him on the fucking fence and ragging him about while he's impaled. That offends me. And I'm a man who has saved 2 police officers' lives. I've said it before, I'll probably say it again. Next time, I would be so fucking tempted to join in with the cunts that were kicking his head in. I don't think I will. If I see someone's fucking life, I will step in again because it's inbuilt. But I know that I'll end up regretting saving a copper's life if I'm ever in that position again. I will have to step in because it's just what I got to do. But I couldn't not. But while I'm thinking about it now, it seems so logical to fucking join in and just give him another kick. So is that repeated bad behaviour, folks? Am I saying the words? Is that bad behaviour? Is my attitude towards the police, is this the bad behaviour of which this gentleman spoke? Is my repeated excess alcohol abuse? Really? We've been on now 3 hours. I finished the bottom of 1 can and I've had 1 more can. I've just finished like my first can that I opened during the stream. In 3 hours. Ordinarily I wouldn't be this far in because I would have had coffee. I didn't have coffee this time. I woke up too close to the start point. I didn't have time to make coffee and walk the dog and do the things. But my repeat bad behaviour and excess alcohol abuse. I don't know where these things come from. Yes, I'm drinking. I like a drink. I drink alcohol. Karen and family brought me this 2 days ago and I'm there. So yeah, whether you want to call that a third or whether you want to judge it from up here and call it half, whatever. I don't. You judge you. Yes, I've drunk some alcohol. Like I said, this afternoon I had a buzz on. I wasn't expecting visitors. Joby turned up out of nowhere. Karen and family had hinted they might come round today, but there was nothing confirmed. And I had a merry little buzz going on by about 2 o'clock. Joby turned up, and then Karen and co turned up. And I'm not hiding this shit. I'm like, hey, I'm a little bit zonked. Hang a lantern on it. Don't try and fucking hide it and pretend it's not happening. I'm not drinking in secret. Okay, I'm drinking alone because I live in a field alone. Well, me and my doggy. I'm never alone because of my doggy. But some comments just rile me. As you can tell, I've gone off on a fucking rant about this one comment a month ago. I think I'm reminded of it because one person here in chat agreed with the comment that the other person made. So that stirs me up a little bit. Frank says it's slats, not lats. Vagabond, was that the blasphemy used? That was vagabondo because we're in Spain. Everything has to end with either an O or an A. Vagabondo. It's a tramp but with a criminal lilt to it, a criminal inflection. As far as I understand, it's not like I'm an expert on the Spanish language. But these little 7-year-olds, I mean, I was kind of laughing while they were pedaling off and what have you. But little fucking stone-throwing bastards. When I had a tarp over the top, the tarp was always going to protect the inner tent. The tent wasn't in any risk. Currently, I don't have a tarp over the top. There again, I was talking about my price crunch, my money crunch. I forgot to include the fact that I need 40 euros worth of tarp to cover the entire tent to extend the life, because it's become porous as fuck. Everywhere where the fabric is stretched is now porous. It just leaks in, drips in. So a new tarpaulin, my preference would be for a single tarp that's 10 meters by 6 meters, 7 meters, 8, whatever. 10 by some number bigger than 6. That will cover it. I think 8, 7, 2 meters up, 3 meters across, 2 meters down. 10 by 7, but they tend to sell these things in round numbers. 10 meters by 8 meters will cover the entire tent from ground to ground in both longitudinal and latitudinal ways. So that's what I'm aiming for, but those tarps are like 35, 40, 45 euros. And that'll probably be bright blue rather than green, green would be better because from a distance you won't tell the difference between the hedges and the little bit of tent that sticks up above the hedges. But bright blue seems to be what most of the Chinese shops have. And the green would be more expensive as well. But if I can get a tarp, I think I can get another year out of this tent. At least another 6 months. I'll have a decision to make coming into winter as to whether to carry on with the tent as it is with a tarp, or whether to roll out the new tent that's waiting over yonder. Thither, hither and thither, here and there, hither and thither. Good words. I like my old words. I've got to get back on Discord sometime again. I don't know. Discord doesn't work. I mean, physically it works. It just doesn't. I don't know whether it's just Discord on mobile that doesn't gel for me. The layout, and I don't know what I'm looking at. But yeah. Yes, I was thinking that, but always ask for particular components of people's equipment. Something is different than what specs I found online. Sounds like a conversation being carried on that I've not been party to. Let me scroll back and see if I can work out. First day of spring today. This is the third different first day of spring that I've heard of. Oh, fuck. Hold on, folks. Hold on. We're coming back. I got you. I got you. This is the third first day of spring that I've come across. There were different. As we go into the 21st, that would be the one I would count ordinarily. 21st of the month. Spain, for some reason, tends to favour 23rd when it comes to equinoxes and similar. Which are the markers? The equinox and what's the other one? The summer solstice. You've got solstices and equinoxes, haven't you? Where are we here? This would be the equinox that we're coming into, 21st. But there's the equinox and there's the equilux. Do we know the difference? One is equal night and one is equal light. And they're 2 or 3 days apart, generally. Never remember the specifics. But there are a few channels online that tell me about such things. Equilux and equinox. Not sure how they're days apart. I would have thought if it's equal night, equinox, then it must be equal day and night. Why is equilux different? It's probably to do with the half hour of dawn and dusk, the different. Are they quarter of an hour, half an hour? When the sun's below the horizon but it's still light because of refraction and reflection. I don't know. I'm not an astronomer. I don't know if you knew this. I am but a lowly tramp in a field. But that doesn't stop me listening to some astronomers and astrophysicists. Dr. Becky is my current favourite astrophysicist. Anton, what's he called? Anton Pavlov? No, that sounds wrong. Now it sounds like I'm just making up Russian names. Anton. I'm going to stick on Pavlov, even though that sounds like Pavlov and his dogs. It's not. It can't be Pavlov, can it? He's not actually an astrophysicist, but he's a science teacher. Who is he? Anton. Pavlov's wrong. Anton. Not yellow. No. It definitely begins with Pa. It'd be better if I did this search within YouTube, wouldn't it? Rather than just Google as a whole. Search. Anton. Petrov, is it? Is that the one? Petrov, not Pavlov. That's him. Hello, wonderful people. Wonderful person. Anton Petrov. I knew Pavlov was wrong. I just couldn't hone in on why I was wrong. I'm like that. My brain's like that. I know I'm wrong, but I know I'm close, and so I'll stick with it for now until I find better. Can't collect rainwater, sterilise and use for washing, Delta Mike. Could. I would need 4 big poles or 4 stakes. And then a tarp. I would need a way of fastening a tarp out with a bit of a dip. And then I'd maybe cut a hole in the middle and put that over a barrel or a bottle or something. I don't have the 4 stakes. I don't have the string or whatever for tying them, for tying the tarp tight enough to hold what falls into it. There is an IBC, an international bulk container, just down the way here. When they blocked off, you remember that wall that they built a square fence, a square garden wall, and they blocked off one of the neighbours' windows. Yolanda down the road. Pretty, very pretty Yolanda. When they blocked off her window, there is an IBC within that yard that they created, which I've thought about going and borrowing. It is still about a quarter full. So if that is a metre cubed, which I think is the standard size for an IBC, a cubic metre, that would be there would be, currently, if it's quarter full, that'll be a quarter of a ton of water. I can't pick that up and carry that over the wall. Could I just empty it and take the IBC? I'm not sure. How much does an empty IBC weigh with pallet and the metal frame attached? Some of you industrial guys will have an idea. The empty IBC with the metal frame around it. So the International Bulk Container, does it stand for? What's an empty one weigh with the frame, and there is a big pallet under it as well? I don't know whether I'd want the pallet as well. Maybe. Got to raise it off the ground. But if I could get that and like chop the top off and then put a tarp over the top stretched out to catch rain. The rain here almost always has Sahara dust in it. It's always got the red dust. So catching it, and then you've got to either filter it or allow it to settle, allow the sediment to settle. So you want to scoop the crap off the top and you want to leave the crap to settle in the bottom, and you take the stuff out the middle. And if it's rainwater, it probably doesn't need any kind of processing beyond that. That's probably enough. Because it's evaporated and come down, it's unlikely to contain any other impurities. Assuming that the container, the IBC, is clean in the first place. Water, it evaporates. It's probably, well, it's condensate, isn't it? The water. It has evaporated and then it's condensed. So it's, whichever way you want to word it, is it evaporate or condensate? It should be fairly pure, other than the Saharan sand, which is just a mineral, unharmful anyway, but best to filter out or allow it to sediment, allow it to settle out. Should be golden. So I've got half a plan for if World War III happens. Do you know what I mean? I'm not gonna just stand here and die of thirst without trying. But yeah, let's see. The frying pan is from my house, Karen says. Well, thank you very, very much. Much appreciated. I didn't ask at the time because so much going on. Like when Matey Boy said, "I've brought you some cola and something to mix it with," I thought he meant the red wine. I didn't know there was a bottle of brandy in there somewhere. I only found that out like 2 or 3 hours later. Scotty, I don't do PayPal anymore after the closing of certain accounts. I'd be happy to chip in for solar panels somehow. Yeah, the politics of some of these companies. PayPal got, it's the workers within, isn't it? It's the woke individuals within companies trying to force their politics onto the company. PayPal had a problem with it. Patreon. All these give, what are they called? Give and send, what's that called? All of those donation and fundraising sites had a problem with, even the two, Kickstarter and whatever the other one's called. They were taking political viewpoints, political stands. We're not going to work for you if you're helping to fund this person or that person or this politics or that politics. This person has views that are wrong. We should defund them and debank them. All of that. Yeah, PayPal went like that, and a lot of the other companies did that were a similar money processor in between people. The credit card companies themselves were going that way. Until some politicians started saying, stop it, or we'll make laws that make you fucking stop it. They didn't want to actually be policed properly. So a couple of politicians saying, hey, don't do that. Visa and the other one, MasterCard, toned it down. They haven't stopped it, but they've toned it down. But yeah, you're right, Scotty. Politics got in the way of some of these payment processing things. And I'm a man in a field who has a requirement for getting by. I have to have a mechanism and PayPal was the one that was suggested by other people, and that I went with, and that so far it's kind of worked. I have to have help to turn the PayPal funny money into real world money, and for a while one of the avenues was a couple of gentlemen, Mark and Jeff, who helped me a lot in the early days. They eventually, when I was having rants about the police, when I was having a lot of trouble with the police, they backed off because they didn't like my stance about the police. They didn't like my politics regarding the police and the local mayor, and that was a shame. But I still thank them for all the help that they did give when they did. The two little solar panels, and I had a battery and I had a charge controller, and there was something going wrong somewhere, and they replaced, at one point they replaced the battery. That didn't fix it. They replaced the charge control. I ended up with 2 batteries, 2 charge controllers, 2 solar panels. So I thank Mark and Jeff greatly, and I still appreciate everything they did for me, even though we parted ways over they didn't like my political views, and that's their right. I find it a funny thing to fall out about, when all I was saying was about the harassment I was getting from the police, the continuous ongoing harassment I had for 2 years from the bastards. But their decision to make. After that, so they helped me a lot, and they helped me convert PayPal funny money into real world cash. Later on, Karen took up that role, and then she got me the card, the Tippy Tappy payment card from the post office. So my bank card, my Tippy Tappy card, is technically in Karen's name, but apparently nobody bothers that it's a female name with a man standing at the checkout doing the tippy tapping. As long as you can tippy tap and it's under €30, or if it's over 30 and you do the PIN code, nobody cares. But thank you, Karen and family, for all your help with all those kind of things. But yeah, PayPal is the only option that I have, really, other than in person. PayPal is the most widespread, the most used. I still haven't opened a can, have I? I'm sat here, look, it's half an hour ago that I said, hey, I was railing about being accused of being an alky. And here I am, 3.5 hours in almost, opening my second can. If you don't count that little bit that was already there from before. Chuck Norris, folks. Chuck Norris. What a guy. Didn't he start a thing a few years ago about how to live longer? He was pushing a product. There were people who were promoting his promotional video about a vitamin or food package or something about how to live longer. It's a little bit unfortunate that he went, 79 I think, was he? So he didn't actually live that long. Not, hold on. What am I going to search for? Chuck Norris. It was a business about, I'm sure it's promoting a live longer. If I type live longer, a promo or something. Oh no, I'm not asking his age, I'm not asking how old is he now. Obviously he's just died today, that would be most, well, died yesterday I think. The news got out today. Stop aging and turn it back. No, that's a... Fight scenes with Bruce Lee. Oh, he was not a fan of Steven Seagal, was he? He sparred with Jean-Claude Van Damme and said he was the real deal. But Steven Seagal he thought was a bloated pussy. 1940 to 2026, that would make him 86. Was he really? Okay, he dies aged 86. Older than I thought then. Sorry. I did him a disservice when I said 79 earlier. I can't... The search results are just swamped with news of his death. There's no way that I can... Oh, look at that. I'm there in the search results. Really? So if you didn't notice, folks, I did title tonight's episode Friday Night TrampCast Hangout without Chuck Norris. I'm here in the search results, even though it's not what I searched for. I'm not going to be able to, in amongst all of those wayward search results, I'm not going to be able to find the thing that he was promoting a couple of years ago. Scrolling backwards still for some reason. Farmer, maybe just Google the charge input for an EcoFlow. I think they're all different, but DM will tell you. What? Hold on, Farmer. What was Farmer asking? Do you know other connections for solar panels, proprietary connections? They tend to be standard. So some panels come with, most will come with what's called an MC4 connector. And then whatever you're wanting to connect them to, you have to get an MC4 to whatever. But at the back of the panel, the junction boxing on the back is an interface with bare wire that you can replace, you can unplug and disconnect and put whatever wiring you want in and on, as far as I can tell. I'm relatively inexperienced at this, but if you remember a few weeks ago, I had a loose connection on the back of the panel. So I had my first delve into messing around back there. But then I received some advice from a couple of people, and now I consider myself well informed on the topic. So you can do your own bare wiring in the back if you want. But as standard, they come with MC4, the majority. Not, you got to check when you're buying them, but MC4 connectors are the standard. And then so the EcoFlow, for example, takes what's called an XT60 connection. So you want a wire that's got XT4 MC4 on one end and XT60 on the other, so an adapter cable, MC4 to XT60 in my case. But there's nothing to stop you just doing bare wire of whatever. You can put whatever, crimp or connect whatever you want on the other end. If that was your question. I thought it was 89, 87 I think it was, yeah. Died on the 19th, really? Hold on, what's today? 21st, so Friday 20th. Yeah, he died the Thursday. When I'm saying today, I'm basically, to me it's still Friday until I wake up tomorrow, even though we're after 12, and it fudges the dates and the numbers and everything. Yeah. I'm scrolling, I don't know whether it got 86, yeah, okay. Walker, Texas Ranger is where I watched him the most. Yeah, there's more episodes of that than anything else, isn't there? I mean, how many times can you watch Enter the Dragon? You know, he was in it, he was there, he was good. It's just one film, there's a limit to how many times you can watch it. You got some of the other films, the Delta Force and whatever films that he did. The Vietnam veteran kind of ones. Was that Farmar going? Hold on. I see a good night. I'm not sure whether Farmar's leaving or Frank's leaving. I'm not. Which way round is it? Give me a call. I will do, mate. I will do. It's Farmer leaving, is it? I think so. Oh yeah, just need to be off, everyone. Good night to all, and to all a good night. Okay, mate. No Venmo. I've seen Venmo, but it's I don't know. Empty IBC is about £125, which is about 65 kilos. We've got two numbers that must equate roughly. 2.2 times, hold on, 65 would become 130 plus 10% would be 143. 130, add 13, 143. We're within the same, okay guys, you're within the, yeah, that's a lot for me to pick up and throw over a fence, isn't it? The wall is about 1.5 meters high, and then there's a metal railing over the top. I couldn't do that, not at my age. Maybe when I was younger I could have thrown that over. I would need 2 or 3 of us, maybe 4, 2 on one side of the fence, 2 the other, to get that out empty. And at the minute, like I said, it's a quarter full of water, so that's, I know where there's a water source in an emergency if I need one, but I have to get over a 6-foot fence. I'm mixing my meters and my feet as I do, because I'm of that generation where we move between. Are you kicking or are you headbutting? What's going on here? That's feet. Where's, which, that's, oh, there's your head. Is that your head? There's your head. Hello, babe. There's your head. Hello, you. Okay, I got something hitting at my backside, and I didn't know whether it was a head or a paws. I had to go and investigate. Now I know it was a paws, but I think I woke her up and stopped her little dream. The fact that she can't run in real life, folks, when she's asleep and she's doing it, that does give me a nice, the fact that she's having a run in her head. That's nice. That's nice. Okay, we are 3.5 hours, and I don't know whether to scroll back or whether to scroll forwards. Oh, was that Karen? Karen left a little while ago as well. 11 minutes past. Is that about 20 minutes ago? God, I'm behind. I must live in a bubble because I haven't seen anything about the boy. This the boy with the throat ripped open. It wasn't anywhere. It was nowhere in the news for months. And one guy, Crime Bodge online, Crime Bodge covered it, and now it's everywhere. Once you bring the fucking meat, once you get the people, publicity. But where was our media? Why are our media not doing their job? The fourth estate. There are 3 parts of government, yeah? Do I remember them? Executive, well, I don't know. Executive, judiciary, executive, judicial, and the ones that make the laws. What do you call that? There's a word, I don't know the word. Those are your 3 branches of government, and we've always said that the media is the fourth estate. The media is the one that's supposed to keep an eye on the others. I have talked at length in the past about the state of government, and well, there are certain words that get bandied about, like Nazi and those, you know, those kinds of words. And one of the signifiers of whether we're in a dangerous position is whether press just falls in line with whatever the government's doing. If you find the police, the judiciary, the media, the government all in alignment, it's a really, really dangerous position. It's a really, really dangerous situation to be in. Why are the media covering for the government, covering for the police? kid, 14-year-old kid, gets his arms behind his back and handcuffed when they admit he's broken no law. He was asking why his friend was arrested and why his friend was being treated so roughly, so harshly. And they put his hands behind his back, and while doing that they force his head forward and he impales on a fucking fence and his neck rips open from there to there. And the police spend the next 20 minutes discussing how to cover it up. How they're not in a rush to rush him to hospital to get in an ambulance. Their first thought is, whoops, that shouldn't have happened, we look bad, what are we going to do? How do we make it his fault? How do we report it as he was kind of resisting arrest and in doing so he ducked his head forward and it's all his own fault? That's the narrative they put forward. And when they were complained about, they investigated themselves and found they did nothing wrong. One guy does a video about it. And now, oh, we're re-examining it. Maybe we didn't give this the attention it deserved. Maybe we weren't as thorough as we should have been in investigating it. Yeah. Now that you've got 1 million people calling you all the bastards under the sun, now suddenly, oh, let's look again, because we might look bad. Covered it up for fucking months. 14-year-old boy with his neck ripped open. And they stood there for 20 minutes discussing how to cover it up. With the kid not even getting an ambulance. I'm a guy who has on 2 occasions saved the lives of a police officer. And I am fucking disgusted by almost everything I hear about modern police. Almost everything I hear about them. Whether it's the guy knocking on your door because of a Facebook post, especially when they're doing it in like 2 and 3 in the morning. Have you heard those ones? A cop goes round to someone's house at 3 in the morning and knocks them out of bed to discuss a Facebook post. Fuck are you doing, lad? I would resign rather than do that. Have some balls. Tell your boss, no, that's wrong, I'm not doing that. Get someone else to do it or go and do it your fucking self. That's what I would say to a boss that told me to go and do that. The police officers with guts, those have left. The honourable police officers have left. And now you're left with a bunch of just following orders pussies. And when there's an incident and the police want the public's help, we're not going to be there for them. Why should we be? Why would we be? The kid's throat, there's a shot of it. It's a still, it's a photo rather than the video. But it's ripped from there to there. Because they were busy handcuffing him and forcing his head forward. Because they lift your arms right up behind your back to the point where you get injuries. You feel it for weeks, I can assure you. You feel it for weeks afterwards. They rag your arms so far up your back. When you get the handcuffs, these fixed handcuffs now, it's not a chain in between the 2 cuffs, it's a solid bar. Your thumb goes numb all the way around here. The thumb itself all the way around here and up your wrist goes numb. And it's numb for 2 or 3 weeks after they release those cuffs. And they know this. And they make them as tight as they can. And you bitch and they'll loosen them off 1 or 2 notches after the first hour. Or if you see a doctor and you complain to the doctor and the doctor says, hey, yeah, loosen those fuckers. They're routinely causing harm to everyone that they handcuff, and they know it, and they take great pleasure in it. Not just the British police, these ones are worse. Spain. They want to escalate at every fucking move. And relax. And relax. I get so irate just talking about the police. As a homeless guy, I've had more than my fair share of dealings with them. And yeah. But the media, where's the media? Why are the media not keeping watch? Why are they falling in line and helping keep stuff quiet for months until one guy releases a video, one guy with a decent following releases a video on YouTube? Suddenly, oh yeah, no, maybe we didn't investigate that as thoroughly as we should have. Do you think? Why did you not think that first time round? I'm still working backwards, I think. I remember when Mark brought the liquor. Yeah, it's about a month ago. I think it's 4 weeks ago by now, but yeah. We had cows and chicken when I was young. Oh, this is the dispatching of animals, yeah. I love all animals, really miss my old job of going to farms and seeing the cows or sheep, lambs or chickens very well taken care of. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? There's a slight juxtaposition of looking after animals, liking animals, and then dispatching animals. But the idea is to give them the best life you can while they're alive. And then when the time comes, to make it as quick and painless and humane as you can at the end. Which is why this whole halal thing, almost all meat in a British supermarket is halal, and it's not even labelled as such. It's made as such because of the other guys that want it that way. I'm not going to use words, but I could. I could call names. But yeah. So the only meat that probably isn't halal in Britain will be bacon and ham. Basically pork, pig. Product of pig. They're not going to do halal because there's no point. The Jews and the Arabs are not eating that. But all the other stuff, the beef, the lamb, the sheep, the mutton, the name another animal, halal, probably by default, not labelled as such, we're not told that that's what it is, but it doesn't get the quick execution that you'd want it to get. It's the throat cut, hung upside down, bleeding out over a quarter of an hour or whatever, however long it takes to doesn't sit right with me. Doesn't sit right with most people, but we're disconnected from where our food comes from and how it gets to us. I said about quail earlier, you just take a big pair of scissors, a big pair of shears, and just cut the head off. Most people couldn't stomach the idea of doing that, but they'll go down the supermarket and buy some steak or some bacon or some sausages. Where do you think the meat comes from? How do you think it gets to you? It's raised. We hope it has a nice life while it's alive, and we hope that at the end it's as quick and clean a dispatch as possible. But we should have an appreciation of where and how, where it comes from, how it gets there, and what's involved. If you're not prepared to do that yourself, then you should probably give up eating meat. Now, we can't all go out and slaughter a pig or slaughter a cow, but we have to accept that it's happening. The cows are out there, the pigs are out there, the sheep are out there. They are being slaughtered for us to eat. It's a fact of life. But we should do our best to make sure it's as quick and painless as possible. And halal isn't. Just isn't. And there are two religious groups that would be probably offended by me saying that. Halal and kosher is basically the same process. So yeah. I'm still scrolling back because I don't know how far it's jumped. Sadly, my goat was killed by a dog, said Karen ages ago. How long ago? 12. I'm at 1 o'clock. I'm an hour ago, aren't I? I am working backwards still. Phonics. So this was when I was discussing phonics. There's a name for two letters together and the sound it makes. It wasn't phonemes. It's not diagraph or whatever it was that they were saying before, because that's to do with writing. That's how you write two letters together. I don't know. We had that discussion. I couldn't get the. Frank has harvested goat, beef, moose, deer. Deer is easiest, but moose is the most flavourful. Moose. I hear moose and I think of what was that Canadian TV program? No, Alaska. It's American, isn't it? Something Nights. With the doctor. The actress called Morrow, somebody Morrow. The guy out of Number 3 is that detective show. But when he was in Alaska, something, I've got Nights. I don't even know if Nights is right. Okay, here we go, Google. Alaska TV series. Where are we going? Alaska TV series. Something Nights. Is it Northern Nights? Northern Lights? Hold on, let me keep typing. Something, I'll say something Lights or Nights. See if the AI can pick the bones out of that shit. That's not how you spell Nights. That won't work. Northern Exposure. It's not even Lights, is it? It's Northern Exposure. I'm a dick. I did not. Look, I'm not telling you the answer because it was here. It's not. We're nowhere near. I got nothing. The search was way off. Keep scrolling, case. What's it showing? Why are they all pictures? I was hoping the AI would kick in and get it. If I say Northern Exposure, is that right? Northern... It wasn't Lights at all, it was Exposure. I think it was. Northern Exposure. There's the big old fucking... Is it I think it's a moose, yeah? There's that guy, the guy that's married to... Is he married to Britt Eklund or... somebody like that? Can't remember his name. He was in Sex and the City. Northern Exposure, there's the programme. That is the name of it. What's the name of the actor? Rob Morrow, that's him, Rob Morrow. What's the bird called to the woman? Excuse my sexism, I am a man. There was a pretty girl, a bit boyish, a bit tomboyish. Can't remember. That's not how you spell tomboy. Here I go being all sexist and everything. Okay, the character was Maggie. And the actress... You're not going to tell me. You know, I don't think I ever saw the final season. I've downloaded it somewhere, but I haven't watched it. Maggie, actress, I'm going to put. Sorry, folks, I'm just off on one. You came here for the for the learning. Maggie actress. Janine Turner. Never heard of her. I thought she was very pretty at the time. But then, you know. I eat squirrels, says Scotty. I would as well. But when you get one, they're very baggy. Their outer skin is very loose. Maybe it's a time of year thing. Maybe they fatten up for winter. Do they hibernate? I don't know. Do squirrels hibernate? We had them all winter long running around in the trees around us, but... Okay, now I need to know, do squirrels hibernate? Do squirrels hibernate? Yeah, they fatten up, and I know that their skin's awfully loose. Lots of videos. Why are you showing me videos? Why are you not answering my question? Where did the AI go? Normally I type in the way. Here. Have I done something? Have I made a selection that I don't know about? Why am I not getting the AI on YouTube? I can't get a fresh screen. Oh, okay, I was searching in YouTube. Oh, that wouldn't work. That's why I wasn't getting the AI, I was in YouTube, I wasn't just in Google. Do squirrels hibernate? No, most squirrels do not. Instead, they remain active all winter, relying on stored food caches. Yeah, this is where they hide the nuts, yeah. That's the root of all the jokes, and nuts and seeds and increased fat reserves to survive. That's why when we killed one, it was running around in the eaves in the attic. Okay, running around in the eaves in the attic. We got the council and got it poisoned. When you picked it up though, the skin was so loose, and I guess that's because it didn't currently have the big fat reserves, so the skin was so loose on it. There was hardly any meat in there. It was a very thin creature, really. Ortolan bunting, a French small bird drowned in cognac and eaten whole. People say cruel, but just another bird to eat. What's the one where they eat a fertilized egg deliberately? So you take a bird's egg that you know has got a developing embryo in there, because you know it's been fertilized, and you wait so many days and then you eat it halfway through. It's a delicacy, and people do it deliberately. It's not like, oh, I cracked my egg open and oh, there's an embryo. They do it deliberately. I don't. That's inhuman. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. I couldn't deliberately have an egg that's got a half-formed embryo inside and then eat it. Apparently it's a delicacy and people love it, and I'm a little bit too squeamish on that one. I couldn't do that. Rabbit in pressure cooker, then fried or baked with rosemary. Wow. Oh, we're back to the quail conversation. Okay, I've gone that far back. I've skinned a rabbit, says Karen. I've seen it done. I understand the principle. You need to kind of hang it somehow with the legs parted. However you're going to do that, whether you're going to nail the legs to a tree or whether you're going to use two nooses that are held apart by a twig. And then you slice down around the leg, down to the crotch, and then just rip and unfold the whole thing off down to the neck, and then probably just chop the head off and go from there. Yeah, I watched it, I understand the process, I haven't done it. I'm a townie. I'm town folk at heart. Are we back to the solar panel conversation? I'm that far back. Hold on. Sorry folks, please state how you feel about this. End the stream, Delta Mike. Juxtaposition is a great word to use, it is. How did that come back to bite you in the colonial ass? Where are we? When did you want me to end the stream? If his blood was clotting that fast, he has to be dehydrated and delusional. Is this a kid with a throat? I thought there would be more. No, there's very little. Yeah, surprisingly, there was little blood. It's like the time I helped a builder who'd slit his arm that way. He'd been working on something with a chisel and arm, and he's fallen off the ladder, and he's landed on the chisel, and he's cut his whole arm, and there was an immediate, like a splatter of blood. And when you looked at his arm, it was like a sponge. It's lots of, it was spongular. There's a word, isn't there? But it was like that. It was like a mesh, like the grating, and it bled very little. I mean, I got him to pack a towel tightly around it. We elevated, made sure he didn't, he from the shock, he felt like he wanted a drink, water. But you can't let them have water. You can't let them eat or drink, because they might need an operation, and the anaesthetic, you would postpone an. If you give someone who's in that position a drink of water or food, you set back the operation 2 or 3 hours. They have to wait for the stomach to clear, so there's less chance of vomiting while anaesthetized. The gag reflex and all of that goes away when anaesthetized, and you can end up drowning in your own vomitus. So you can wet them. You can allow someone to have like some water in their mouth and spit it out, kind of thing, but don't let them drink. But yeah, they had that whole there's a word, spondulation, spondulica, something or other. But this guy's kind of throat, when it ripped, the lad, obviously there's an initial of blood, but then it was just wide open and gaping. If that's where we are, if that's what the conversation was about. How about propaganda for propagating one's ideas? Communism is a good one. They like to throw around. Oh, the words, when they call you the words. Yeah, Nazis, that one of their favourites, but there are the other ones. Untouchables 2 was a great movie. I don't think I've heard of it. Untouchables, yeah, but with Sean Connery and whoever else was in it. I remember Sean Connery as the wise old fucking beat cop, wasn't he? Walker takes it. Okay, now I recognise where we are here. I'm walking forward. I'm not sure why was there a call to end the stream? I don't know where I was there. End the stream, Delta Mike, said Frank. Juxtaposition's a good word. How did that come back to bite you in the colonial ass? Don't know where I was there. Heard stories about how no fellows knew how milk was made. They said it came from a carton. It's much more complicated than that. It is. Cheese. Cheese is milk that's gone bad. Or how can cheese go off? It's already milk that's gone off. Yeah, cheese and yogurt. Frank. Okay, there was no exposure. I was way off. Red squirrels are very invasive. Red squirrels are invasive. Over here, greys are considered the invasive ones. Red squirrels were native to Britain and the greys were the invasive. And now you hardly ever see a red squirrel. They're all grey. They carry a disease. It was thought at one time that they were aggressive and that they killed the reds. But then it was discovered the greys carry a disease or a pest, something, and it's that kills the reds. Not the greys directly, but something that they carry. Use our flying squirrels, says Frank. He said that just about 5 minutes ago. And his computer tube, flying visit, we were on 15 likes, we are, and check that you're live, indeed. A little red dot in the bottom left corner, folks. If you don't check, we may be here in the future, you may be 1 hour behind or more. You might be answering questions or joining in chat that's way old, and we won't have context. I already don't have context because I get lost, I get left behind by these guys. Andy's getting by. Okay, Frank was asking Andy how he's doing. Is he getting by? And he's getting by. So am I, so me and Tina, we get by. Dealing with our 4th or 5th winter by now. Yeah, we've had a few false springs, yeah? Over the pond. I think we have had here as well. We've had a warm spell and now like the nights are back down to single digits, temperature-wise. 8-9 degrees last week. Most nights. I think today's 13 at the minute. Have a look. I am still getting kicked by Tina. It says 13 here. Oh, it's gone up. It's now 14 degrees. It got warmer. I don't know how it does that, but it got warmer. Maybe we've got some cloud cover or something helping insulate and keep the heat in. It's going to fall as low as 12 tonight, so that's okay compared to most recent nights. The rest of this week, after Friday night, it's all 8s and 9s. 8 degrees and 9 degrees at night for the rest of the week. Only most days 16 through the day. Later on, Monday onwards, it'll be 18 degrees. Wednesday peak temperature 21. We're going to hit 21 degrees. But yeah, keep warm and safe. 5 inches of snow fallen today where Frank is in Vermont. Back on the live now. 14 Celsius sounds like the first day of spring for what we should be now. We've had warmer here, but yeah. We had one night, about a month or maybe 6 weeks ago, we had a night that was 19 degrees. I don't know what happened. That didn't carry on. Oh, look at the length of the beard and the sideburns. Look at the chops. I don't know, it's got to go. When I drink my beer and it flows down and drips off my chin. Cheers, folks, or kippis, as we would say in Finland. My mate Ismo, don't think he's here at the minute. We were going to have a chat the other day, we never did. It didn't happen. Warmest so far has been 14°C, but it's gotten colder again. Was that the warmest through the day? That's not a nighttime temperature. Salud. What else we got? Salud, Slanger. I can't think of it. Skull. Is Tom still here? Tommy Tombstone. He's been quiet. He was here. Maybe he's dropped out. Yeah, no, I don't know. I think my chat has jumped to the bottom. I apologise to anybody that I might have missed in the middle. I was way back looking at an hour ago, and now I'm at this end. You're not spamming the chat, Frank. Not at all, mate. It's there for you to take part in. We can debate whether it's the 2 dots or whether it's the line through. I think 2 dots above the O is the Swedish, and I think the Norwegians put the line through the O, like is it Omega? Omega, maybe. Yeah, the whole 2 dot. I think the 2 dots is Swedish, and I think the line through is Norwegian. I could be wrong. See, they've got those 3 extra vowels. Ooh, is how it was once explained to me by my friend Stefan. There's a name dragged up from the past. I wonder if I can find him and contact him again. Stefan. Ooh, Imagine, I was taught the 3 extra vowels that the Swedish have. Imagine you've been kicked in the balls. You're going to go, ooh. That's one of the vowels. And then you want to know who did it. Ooh, ooh, Those are your 3 extra vowels that the Swedes have. Something like that. I'm part Swede and not Norwegian, says Frank. That's fair enough. Nodobody. Did we not decide that was Polish a while back? Nodobody. Am I misremembering? 162 diesel, 145, 162, 145. Is this the price per litre? It's getting expensive out there. Oops, add a couple of, I think it's a decimal places or decimal points. It's not 162 a litre, is it? Unless you're quoting the price of a barrel. But no, because that's crude oil they're quoting barrels, isn't it? I don't know, folks. I'm going to get, if you will pardon me, I am going to get a brandy because, fuck it, it's Friday night, why not? The brandy's sat here staring at me. I'm going to do a 6 count. 6. Okay, that's a measure. I got no idea what's a technical measure, but okay. Who's quoting in gallons now? You want me to convert between gallons and litres? There are 4.5 litres in a gallon, so divide 539 by 4.5. It's 1 and a bit. And then you want me to convert dollars to either pounds or euros. Is Coca-Cola still more expensive than petrol? This is the question that you have to ask. Oh. Uh-oh. The brandy went down the wrong hole. Oh, yeah, US gallon, because your pints are smaller. You stuck with the 16 fluid ounce pints. Whereas I was a 20, because manly men need bigger beer. It all gets messy, yeah. Cola is still more expensive than petrol. Do you know the most expensive liquid on planet Earth? Printer ink. They sell it by the fucking milliliter and it costs like fucking 20 quid. That shit is crazy. They soak it into a sponge and put in a little cartridge and they stick computer chips on it to make sure that you're not stealing it. And there's like 1 fucking milliliter in the whole cartridge and it costs 20 fucking quid. Yeah, toner, yeah, ink, printer shit, yeah. Yeah. Jesus Christ, that shit's expensive. That's How do we let them get away with that? It's coloured water. What the fuck? I'm not bothered. Technically, it might be an oil rather than water, but who cares? I don't care. It's ridiculous. There's like half a fucking milliliter in the entire cartridge, and they're selling them for like 15 and 20 quid. I see greatest Gary has arrived. Gary from the Republic of South Africa. Damn, man, stressed, man. You're stressed, or he said I am. Use this heater, laser to put. Use a laser. Is it heat or is it not electrostatic? I thought it created an electron imbalance somehow, and then the toner sticks to the page on your lasers. Or that might be photocopiers. It could even be fucking lithography for all I know. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm not as technical as some of you guys. Heat a laser to put dust on a piece of paper, yeah. Oops, I almost knocked the tablet on the floor there. SA was into work today. I gotta be careful with SA because that's an acronym that I think are you talking to Gary? SA is internet slang for sexual assault or abuse, but I don't think that's where we're going. I think you were doing the RSA thing for South Africa. Just scrolling back a bit in case I missed anything recent. Or with the conversions from gallons to litres to and pounds and euros and... Okay, your friend from South Africa was in work today. That was the essay. Got to be careful not to read too much into a very bad idea to burn files of paperwork. Taking me 4 hours to put the damn fire out. Half the garden caught on fire. Oh, that's not good. Why are we burning? Is there a police investigation about to be launched? Are we destroying evidence? Spoliation. There's a good word for you. A lot of people mispronounce it as spoilation, but it's not. It's S-P-O-L-I-A. Spoliation. The destruction of evidence. When you know that there is an ongoing or about to be an ongoing investigation. Good word. Spoliation. It's always nice to know good words. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of words. Old business files there from 7 years ago needed to destroy confidential evidence. There's some things you have to keep. I think in the UK you have to keep tax records for 6 years. That's your obligation. After that you can get rid of them. Credentials, not evidence. Okay. We will believe you. I've just taken the top off a spot and now my arm's pissing blood out. I don't know. Yeah, 100%. It's 7 years here. Okay. Battery is below 50%. Sorry, I haven't got the. Normally I would have the do not disturb on, wouldn't I? Where did that go? Okay, we've had the 2 PayPal payments. Let me dive into settings here. We are on 4 and a bit hours. I'm gonna put do not disturb on so that you guys, especially if you're with headphones, you don't want to hear the plinks and plonks of my phone. We're on 4 and a quarter hours more or less. I didn't realise we'd passed 4 hours so easily. So for anybody just joining, the channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that would be me. Your eponymous hero, your host, I guess you might say. Down and out in Torrevieja, or down and out. Homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a guy living in a fucking tent. Where'd we go? Homeless, tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Someone who lives rough, perhaps sleeping on the street, or in my case, in a field. As I just said, nowadays I'm in a tent. It wasn't always thus. Thus, there's a good old word. I like my old-fashioned words. Hither and thither and thus. Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Torrevieja, a city on the southeast coast of Spain. I am a Brit trapped by circumstance in Spain. We won't linger on what the circumstances are, because it upsets me every time I think about it. He lives in a field. He does indeed. He lives in a field. He lives in a tent in a field. And I have got the greatest ability of losing things within this fucking tent. What was it I lost? I lost my phone yesterday. For about an hour. It was in the bed, obviously. It's always in the bed. I could remind everybody of the great jacket potato fiasco, where I lost a potato for 2 hours. But I won't. I won't. Today's news, though, is that I'm running out of money. And I'll show you why. Over here. Here's the reason why I'm running out of money. This is an EcoFlow River 3 that I just purchased from a friend who was given it by some rather well-off druggies. I'll move the cable out of the way. But he was gifted this, but it didn't quite fit with his lifestyle. So he sold it to me. It's less than 1 month old. I paid 2/3 of retail. A combination of writing off a debt, not a death. Fuck, that would be something, wouldn't it? A combination of writing off a debt. I'd said it again. Let's take 3. A combination of writing off a debt and giving him a handful of cash. But it doubles my electrical storage capacity. But it's created a bit of a credit, not a credit crunch, but a cash crunch, a cash flow crunch. I need solar panels. Because of this, it's confirmed for me that I should go and get 2 solar panels rather than just 1. I also need a cable to connect the solar panel to the EcoFlow MC4 to XT60i. This is at the same time as I've just paid my phone bill and had to pay over the yards. I've got other commitments upcoming, and also I've just had to put money on my normal tippy-tappy payment card just for general living expenses. There was something else as well, wasn't there? There was another fee or something I've got that I'm forgetting. But anyway, I've put myself in a bit of a hole by committing to this, but I had to. I couldn't not. It was sitting there, and if I didn't take it, someone else would have. It's 1 month old. It's basically brand new. A little bit of damage. The one port is a little bit loose and flaky, but I can live with that. I can live with that. So that's me. That's the who, how, when, where, why. For anyone who's just dropped in, I am a tramp. I use the term a little bit performatively. I'm a homeless guy in a field, and I'm getting by with the help of. I get by with a little help from my friends. I don't get high with a little help from my friends. I don't do any of that. Alcohol is my only. I did just pour a brandy, and I will say cheers to you from the bottom of my brandy glass. My glass that has brandy in it. Obviously, it's entirely the wrong shape for a brandy glass. It doesn't sit like a goldfish bowl in the palm of the hand, like a brandy glass would. The warmth of your hand warms the drink. You breathe into the glass slightly, and then you inhale the vapors. You take, and that warms the drink, and then you pour a little bit into your mouth. Then you breathe in over the brandy that's in your mouth. You breathe it, and you savour, and maybe you get the burn in the back of the throat just from the air passing over the brandy. Swill it around your mouth a bit, warm it up a bit more. Maybe you inhale again over the top of it, and finally you swallow the brandy and feel the burn as it goes down the throat. That, my friends, is how you drink the brandy. This is a plastic beaker with some tramp in a fucking field. Don't do this. This is not the recommended way. It's not the recommended way, but it's still nice. Cheers! And all of the cheers tonight are dedicated to our friend Chuck, who has departed this mortal coil, or left his mortal coil. Chuck Norris, folks. I would hate when people would freeze my Canadian whiskey. It ruins the tannins and the flavour of the whiskey. Yeah, whiskey is supposed to be drunk at room temperature or maybe just above. Again, even when you put water in, it's not meant to be cold water. So you're supposed to just add the tiniest drop of water just to diffuse it a little bit, just to allow. It's about releasing the flavours that especially I don't know whether your Canadian ones are kind of peaty or smoky. I don't know which way you go, but it's loosening it and letting the flavours out a little bit. But yeah, not cold suppresses taste. This is why these double ice brewed lagers are basically tasteless. The idea is people don't like the taste of a beer, therefore let's suppress the taste by making it really, really cold. And then you get rid of that acquired taste kind of thing that you go through as a teenager or as a kid when you first drink alcohol and you hate the taste. Ice cold with your Alka Pops and your whatever, basically to make it so there is no taste. Warm and more smoky. Okay, Canadian whiskey. Oh, with an E, like the Irish with the E. I go more Scottish. KY. There's no E in between. But there's all sorts of differences. As long as you're not classing Southern Comfort as a whiskey. That's far too sweet. That's far too syrupy, sugary. I don't know what. I haven't got the vocabulary for that stuff, but yeah. It's not like I'm some great connoisseur. I'm just a tramp in a field. So is it, Gary and Frank, are you the only two people out there anymore? Is there nobody else talking to us? Who's lurking? Come on, lurkers. Come and talk to a tramp. That's the tagline that I kind of use so often out there. You don't just come and listen, you've got to join in. Come and talk to a tramp. Who are you? Where are you? What are you? I am a tramp. To some degree. Whoa. It got windy again, folks. It got a bit blowy. Let's see whether I can slow that down from blowing around so much. Okay, folks, where are we? I think we're coming up on 4.5 hours. I'll go for 5 if you want. If there's enough of you and you're sticking around for another half hour, I'll go to 5 hours at least. I feel like I've been shortchanging you a bit lately. I've been ending on like 3 hours and 4 hours. Happy to go longer if you guys are here. I would, for anyone who's lurking, for anybody who wants to kind of support a Tramp, help a guy out. I will point out there is a pinned comment, a pinned chat message. You can support me, no pressure, only if you want to. Here's a PayPal donate link, kind of thing. Who else is talking in the ether? This is it, mate. This is it. So I'm sat here in a tent in a field, basically talking to myself. But yeah, you guys out there, make yourself be known. Come and say hello. It's okay. We don't bite. I can't. No fucking teeth. Fucking tramp in a field. My teeth are over there in a bag. There they are. Shall I show you? I don't think I've ever shown them. It's not something I fucking boast about too much. But for a laugh. For a laugh and because I've had a whiskey. It's my old toiletries bag. I think I'm right. I hope they're in here, because if they're not in here, I've lost them entirely. But here we go. Here we go. I got all my own teeth, folks. I got all my own teeth. Here they are. I haven't worn them in ages, and they don't stay. I have to use the gunk, the glue. I haven't put these in 6 years. COVID 2020. I took them out and I just never put them back in again. Let's have a look. They're a little bit dusty and funky, but let's have a look. Oh, that's weird. Changes the shape of my face. Yeah. You can hear why I need the gunk. Oh, it just caused me to retch. You can hear why I need the gunk. They do not. I don't have much of a what do they call it? A ridge. I don't have much of a ridge. They drop out. I need the what's it called? In England, it's Fix-A-Dent. Over here it's cookie dent, which I believe is Dutch. Cookie dent with a K. There you go. I've embarrassed myself online enough for today now. I'll take those out. I had little teeth like that with tiny feet that you could wind up and it would run around. Okay. I thought you were going in a different direction there. When you went with the little teeth with a little this, and I thought you were going to go with a little something else. But my grandfather fought in the Pacific War and said they were very intelligent people. Hold on. I've been avoiding what you mentioned. Where are we going here? What happened with that guy that got kidnapped by dolphins to build something for them under the sea? The main dolphin's name was Gerald, I think. Did you see Trump's Pearl Harbor jet? I did see that. He doesn't know where to draw the line, does he? I would say that I like some of Trump's policies, but Trump can be a dick. It's difficult to kind of... Now, I don't know, I'm not making like hardline assertions as to which way my politics go. I do like... In general, I like his policies. But he can be a dick. He absolutely can be a dick. When he embarrassed Zelensky that time, some of his comments towards reporters, and yeah, he's got is it president or prime minister of Japan, and he's asked a question about whether he had tipped off his allies about what was about to happen somewhere, and he said no. It's a fucking secret. Some things you do in the military, you do secretly. You don't tell them. The more people you tell, the more likely word is to get out, and it can blow the and then he says, Pearl Harbor. They didn't fucking tell us beforehand they were going to do Pearl Harbor. Fucking Japan Prime Minister sat there. Yeah, I mean, poor lass wasn't. I mean, she looks fairly young. She wasn't around at the time. It's sins of the fucking grandfather stuff, but it's an inopportune isn't the right word, isn't it? It's an impolite gaffe. The guy gets half an idea, he said, and can't filter. He can't stop himself. Is what it looks like to me. Then again, he's the president of the United States, and I'm a fucking tramp in a field. What do I know? What right do I have to judge? I'm scrolling forwards again now. I went back a little bit to see whether I'd missed anything. Talk with a slur. I certainly talk with a lisp when I've got the teeth in. And after I take them out, when you first put them in for the first half hour, I'm lisping like shit. When I take them out, I'm lisping like shit, and that's why I stopped wearing them. I decided that if I made an effort to just deepen my voice slightly and just talk, people didn't even know that I didn't have teeth in. Now, she sells seashells on the seashore. The sh-sh-shs are a little bit lispy in my normal speech now, but not as bad as when I'm wearing the teeth. And with a tash and a beard, you can't even see whether I've got teeth or not, so it doesn't matter. As long as I'm not guffawing, then you know you might get a sense of it with my mouth wide open. I took them out during COVID. During COVID, you went months without speaking with anyone. There was me and there was Christian, the bloke whose apartment I was in. That was it. There was me, him, there's my dog, his dog. Those were the only people I spoke with for months. And so when they finally released the curfew and you could go to the local bar or whatever, as long as you were fucking, you know, as long as you only sat at every second table or whatever the fucking rules were, pathetic as they were. Once we were let out, I just didn't put the teeth in again. And I had a conversation with some people, and halfway through I apologised because I'd not got my and they hadn't noticed. So that's when I cottoned on. That's when I realised it doesn't fucking matter. I'm only lisping when I put them in and when I take them out. You just don't put them in and take them out. And no one even knows. 99% of the time. Fuck it. There's a comedy routine by somebody who says dentists think teeth are really important. Oh, we got to fill this. Oh, we got to repair this. Oh, let's put a bridge here. Let's do that. Mate, they're just teeth. They fall out when you're a kid, and then they fall out again when you get older. Nobody fucking cares. Americans and bright white bleachiness. But the rest of the world, nobody fucking cares. They're only teeth. Tell your dentist to fuck off. They're only teeth. Uncle Don is getting old. Oh, Donald. Okay, yeah, maybe it's a time travel. He's older, isn't he? Is he older now than when he was telling Biden? When he was saying Biden's too old to be president, isn't Trump older than that now? That's the... Who thinks that Donald's going to try for a third term? I know the Constitution doesn't allow it, but you can amend the Constitution. Who thinks Donald's going to try for it? You could even argue it was about two consecutive, you're not allowed more than 2 consecutive terms. And his were separated, therefore he should be allowed, and you can make the argument in law that he should be allowed another go, or he could make the argument. I don't know whether it would stand up or not, but the argument's there to be made that the rule was about 2 consecutive terms, and he hasn't had 2 consecutive terms. Controversial, folks, controversial. But the argument could be made. It was Prime Minister, the Japanese Prime Minister. I wonder if Trump sleeps at night. I can only picture him sitting and waiting like Chuck Norris. He made similar jabs as Chancellor of Germany and she resigned. DM for President. Me? Fuck that. I couldn't be doing that responsibility. Then I would be hitting the fucking bottom. You would have people. I would be a bigger drunkard than Winston Churchill if I had those kind of fucking responsibilities on my shoulder. Old Winston liked a breakfast beer. Well, a breakfast, I think it was whiskey. Was it whiskey? He might have been a brandy man. Hold on. You came here for the education. We need to know. When we've got uncertainty, we have to ask. Winston Churchill, whiskey or brandy? Or just Winston's favourite drink? Winston Churchill, favourite drink. We'll spell favourite the proper way with a fucking U because we're British. Best quote ever. Oh, how'd it go? It wasn't the Mr. Churchill, you're a drunkard, but in the morning I'll be sober, you'll still be ugly. It wasn't that one. A cigar is just a... How's it go? A woman is just a woman, but a cigar is a damn fine smoke. Is it that one? I think that's the best Churchill quote. Churchill favourite drink. Okay, I love Churchill quotes. Paul Roger Champagne. Yeah, okay, that'd be his favourite. But no, what's the everyday? Johnny Walker Black Label whiskey was his everyday. Oh, and also cognac, which is a variation of brandy, is it not? Let's ask. Difference between cognac and brandy. Does anyone know? Is this just me? Is this just my ignorance? Difference between duty and tax. Shut up, that's not the question here. That was a few weeks ago now. Difference between cognac and brandy. Here we go. Cognac is a specific high-quality type of brandy produced in France under strict regulations, while brandy is a broad category of distilled fruit spirit made worldwide. You say distilled fruit spirit, isn't it sherry re-distilled or re-brewed? Is it not? Is it a wine that's... Hold on. Sherry is a wine that's been re-brewed. Isn't cognac a third iteration? Cognac requires specific white grapes, double distillation in pot stills, and mandatory aging in French oak. Double distillation. Okay, cognac is a region of France, hence the fucking appellation. Okay, it's one of those. It's one of those region restricted things, like Melton Mowbray pork pies and what have you. Cheddar cheese. Champagne would be the most obvious example, wouldn't it? Of something that has to be made in a specific region to be called that thing. This is why the Spanish have Oh, I don't remember what the Spanish have. What's this sparkling white wine in Spain is called? I don't fucking know. I'm going to go right to the bottom of chat. Distillation fruit spirit sounds spicy. He won't win another term. It's a total of it's a total of 2 terms as we understand it. But you have to understand that the law is a legal word game. It's just a word game. And if you can spin the words in the right way, you can change. And if you don't change it that way, you could just try for an amendment. You could either repeal the original amendment or bring in a new amendment. You know he wants his face on fucking Mount Rushmore. I mean, the guy is a fucking egomaniac. There's no way he's not going to try for a 3rd term. He's not just going to hand it over and say, yeah, there you go, JD. It's on you now, Mr. Vance. Off you go for it. Or there's the other guy, Marcus Aurelius, the next Roman emperor. Who's going to pick the bones between those two? How are you going to decide which one goes forward? Kash Patel is a party animal. He also fucked up the FBI. Is he Department of Justice or is he specifically the FBI? He's the Department of Justice fella, yeah? The FBI woman, it was a woman on the FBI, yeah? Between them, they messed up the Epstein files was their big thing that they campaigned on to get into power. And then they fucked it up, didn't they? Still nobody arrested. Nobody prosecuted. They're not even interviewing people. They're not even investigating. You got to ask why not. You got to wonder. Are we actually being ruled by a paedophile, a global paedophile network? It's a serious question, folks. Is there a cabal of rampant paedophiles running the world? Amazingly, it's a valid question. It's not just some fucking way off conspiracy theory like we thought it was a few years ago. It's an actual serious. You see court cases with kiddie fiddlers and they get like a suspended sentence and 15 months probation. And you wonder, why did that judge do that thing? Shouldn't we investigate that judge's hard drive? What's going on? Why is he letting people off like that? Why, when 20 victims of basically child sex trafficking stand up in, I don't remember whether it was the Senate or the other one, the House of Representatives, when they stand up and say, we've never been interviewed by the Department of Justice, nobody in law enforcement has ever come and asked us questions. We can tell you who did all this. We can tell you who it was, who was there. We can point out the famous names and the famous people. They're not getting interviewed. Why are they not getting interviewed? Why is no one even asking the fucking questions? That's a bit weird, isn't it? If I had a victim of a crime in front of me, I'd be asking them about it. Who did it? Who watched it? Who was there? Who videoed it? How did you get there? When did it happen? Why did it happen? The whole who, how, when, where, why, how. Those are your 6, is it 6 or 7? There's a quote by I think it's Kipling, is it? The whole who, how, when, where, why, how. These are your masters. There's a fucking, look it up. Those are the basics of journalism, or of any writing. And you've got a police force, several layers of different police, local, state, national, federal, and nobody's asking the fucking questions. Why not? Who's telling them to not ask? Is there a cabal of paedophiles running the world or running the West? Because it fucking looks like it. You could reach on from there and say, is it a cabal of devil worshippers, or is it this, that would lose me a little bit. But you could ask the fucking questions, though, couldn't you? Makes you wonder what's going on and why is it going on. My arms, folks, are leaning on this one for 4 or 5 hours and stretching out with that one for 4 or 5 hours. The trapezoids, trapezoids, whatever the fucking word is. I got neck ache is basically what I'm saying. I think we'll be calling it quits on the 5-hour mark in quarter of an hour. I think so. I'm gonna scroll. I smoke fags and drink tea. Smoke fags, eat faggots, and drink tea. You got to be able to say all the words. Fags and faggots. Faggot is I was going to say a spicy meatball. They're actually not. They're quite bland. From the Midlands, kind of Stoke, the Potteries, that kind of area. Black country. It's called the Black Country, folks. It is. They built during the Industrial Revolution. They burnt a lot of coal and coke, and they had chimneys, and the chimneys weren't very tall, and the smoke and the dust that came and settled, and literally turned the land and the brickwork and the stonework, turned it black. It is called the Black Country. It's not a race thing. It's smoke and carbon deposits, soot. But it does make me chuckle. Faggots, the meatballs, like I said, they're quite bland, just in a kind of a tomato sauce or whatever, or gravy. They're not usually spicy in any way. Bit of salt and pepper maybe. That's the extent of it. But that's a faggot. I've had so many comments pulled by YouTube or by Twitter for mentioning faggots, and you have to argue it. And you say, the video is literally discussing British food, and faggots were one of the items, and this, that. Sometimes you win the appeal, sometimes you don't, and your comment just disappears into the fucking ether. I've noticed a few YouTubers have just disappeared off the map, haven't posted anything in like 2 weeks, and they usually post a new vlog every second day. Fucking Frank for president, we need to drain the yeah, what happened with the whole drain the swamp thing? What happened to lock her up? They're well enmeshed in them, their files, aren't they? They're well enmeshed in them. I never had sex with that woman. Of course you didn't. You just made a mess of a dress by accident while walking past. I'm scrolling forwards. One is in Cambodia, the other's in Europe, so I'm not sure what's going on. Cash Patel party animal. He won't win another term. Distillation fruit spirit. Cava, that's a Spanish champagne. It is indeed. Thank you, Frank. Thank you. How long ago was that? 42. 7 minutes ago. At this rate, he'll release the files to distract from the war. I thought he was having the war to distract from the files. I thought it was the other way. When we all thought it was a straight in and out, it was over and done in a weekend. Now we're becoming a little bit embedded. Now we're complaining that other people are not after slagging off all the Europeans. Now we're saying, where are you? We need your help. Now we've got Marines, US Marine Corps, ready to put boots on the ground in possibly Yemen to try and clear out the ground around the Straits of... No, Hormuz is the other side, isn't it? What's the place in the lead up to the Suez Canal? It's about 8 words. Al-Badira Badabadabadabadabadabli. That place, you know the one. That's the crunch point on the way up to the Suez Canal. Strait of Hormuz is on the way up the other side to, yeah. I don't know. Geography, it's not my thing. Neither, you know, the whole yabba-dabba-doo. Fred Flintstone named those countries, didn't he? Or those towns or cities, whatever. But that's where they're looking to put boots on the ground. They need to make it, they need to keep the missiles away. So boots on the ground, keep people away, secure the area. You can't just do it all with planes and helicopters flying overhead. Although the A-10 Warthog was always a formidable thing for that kind of thing. Didn't quite hover, but flew so slowly it was almost as if it was hovering, and then you could take out a whole fucking line of, a whole convoy of armed tanks or whatever. Wasn't that George Bush Sr.'s problem at the end of Gulf War I? He had them all in a line, fleeing back, and he had the Warthogs in the air. They could have just picked them off. And he said, no, let them go, let them retreat. Coulda, woulda, shoulda finished them off. It's war. You don't let them retreat and regroup and re-strategize. You've got them in a line in front of you. You've got planes that more or less hover, and you can just airwolf the shit out of them. Go or no go, and they got the no go instead of the go. He got that wrong. He got that wrong. That was Bush Senior. Where are we going here? Trump liked hiring bimbos to fill bullshit roles. It does look that way, doesn't it? Although the latest press secretary seems okay, but some of the previous ones not so good. This one's got a bit of sass about her. Send the price of gold low and oil high. It's all a fucking bullshit Ponzi scheme. It could be a market manipulation thing, yeah? Everyone knows that dice is loaded. Fucking bloke was in the damp swamp. We need to drain it. This is Frank. Selling off the profits of gold holders while we need all the oil to fund the fucking war. I gave my dog pork tonight. He literally just dropped such a huge fart it made the door shake. And that's not just me reading your ha ha ha, that was me laughing. Keep Tina away from pork. Apologies, I had to share, it was so funny. I've got sausages, I've got 3 or 4 lots of sausages, and some of them need using up. But prior to that, I've got some steak needs using that I've been sitting on for far too long. I've either not been in the mood or the weather's not been right. Either rain or wind, or on the good day, I'm just not in the mood. So I've got to get that used out. I'm thinking tomorrow if I can. I knew about all this years ago from a Protestant friend who know what Judaism was all about. Airwolf the shit out of them. Yeah, airwolf. You got to flick you flick with the right thumb, and then you've got the trigger finger. It depends, and then for the missiles, So guns is on the trigger finger, and then missiles is right thumb. Right thumb. Once you flick the cover clear to unlock the right thumb, you got airwolf the shit out of them. I love me some airwolf. And some chair dancing. You got to chair dance when you watch Airwolf. You have to chair dance, it's the rules. Farmer is back. Hello, Farmer. I'm Bello. Bellowing, hello, Andy. I didn't watch you before, and hello, Frank. I didn't catch you before, hello, Frank. And it's fucking Shock and Awe. What's this current one called? Shock and Awe was that Gulf War 1 and CNN. CNN was new back then. They made their name Gulf War 1. Shock and Awe. This one's like Project fucking Hellfire or something. Project... What's it called? He has a daft name. It's like the biggest, bestest act ever. What was that called when they did the Big Beautiful Bill? What was it called? That's childish as shit. That kind of shit. I don't like that kind of. So, like I said, I like some of his policies, but I think he can be a dick. And the Big Beautiful Bill was an example of dickishness. I think that a bill should be tightly. Everything in it should correspond to the name. This is the bill that makes it illegal to do this, that, or the other. And in the wording then, we cover this, we cover that, we cover the other. It is now an offence to do this, to do that, to do the other. And that's it. You shouldn't make one bill, call it the big bad budget bill, and have 5 million different things hidden away in there that nobody's ever read, which is what they do. I'm commenting on American politics. I'm not American. I don't have any right to interfere, really, but it's my personal... I would say the same about English politics. The content of the bill should be reflected in the name, and it shouldn't be just some big airy-fairy, oh, the big beautiful budget for 2026. That's not a fucking bill. That's not how laws should be worded. Double the national debt. Okay. That's not good. What did I loaded up the tablet for something. I opened it up for something and I don't know why. These scrolls I hibernate. Winston Churchill favourite drink. Different between conic. God, if you read back my my YouTube history, it's not good. There's nothing embarrassing here, other than, you know, not in that way. I was looking for something. What was I looking for? It wasn't Airwolf, was it? Was I looking up something to do with Airwolf? Missiles, boots on the ground, soldiers, Yemen. No, I've got no idea. I've opened up my tablet and I don't know why. Fuck. That's a good way to round off the night, I think, folks. We're on 4 hours 58 minutes. So we're way over the 4 hours. I don't have to match an exact time. I am going to call it quits on the 5 hour mark. So there are only... Farmers come back with about 2 minutes to spare. Has anyone never paid tax? Elon, the rich don't pay tax. The rich, they pay people to avoid paying tax. They'll pay twice as much as the tax would have been just to avoid paying the fucking tax. As long as you defeated your OnlyFans, you're all good, Mike. I did an OnlyFans video once. This is the only fan I'll ever need. If you search my YouTube for OnlyFans, I think you'll find it. And I was half naked at least. Stood in front of a big mirror outside at the start of the video. And then I bring you inside into my bedroom. You're welcome. It was a fun video. I enjoyed it. Gold has hit a low. Tangible commodity like oil hit an all-time high. Okay. The big expensive bill. Best theme ever. Airwolf. I think so, yeah, I think so. Knight Rider was good. The A-Team was good theme tune. But Airwolf, I think, is the best ever. And there are variations of it online from the original musicians. Was it Tangerine Dream? I think it was Tangerine Dream. They had a it was a space song originally. Something about chasing some aliens and I don't know. They did Street Hawk as well, didn't they? Oh, Street Hawk's a damn good theme, to be fair. Oh, it's a toss-up between Street Hawk and Airwolf for the best theme music ever. I'd be tempted to go Street Hawk. The Man, Machine, Street Hawk. Fantastic TV series. Only got one season. Jesse Mack was the name of the character, wasn't it? And was it Norman Tuttle? Was the name of his backup, his FBI guy or whatever. Was it called Hyperdrive? It wasn't called Hyperdrive, it's something like that. Hyperdrive cleared and counting, and the computer's supposed to have analysed all the different traffic cameras, and it sets him, and he's hanging onto the bike. The bike's driving itself at like 300 miles an hour, or getting that way, and he's just hanging on. He's not actually driving it at that speed. The computer is, and the computer's taking over all of the traffic lights and everything. And you've got all of the reflections of the lights, and the lights bending around the helmet. It's going so fast. I do love me some Street Hawk. A lot of people never heard of it. Street Hawk, Knight Rider, Airwolf. Can we throw Automan in as an equivalent? I liked Automan. Yeah. I'm going to put Automan and Cursor in there with Cursor was funny, going down the women's front, down their bras and what have you. Teenage me really liked Automan and Cursor. It's silly, but it's more silly. It's a little bit more out there than the others. The others have an actual vehicle. Automan was, the supercomputer is so powerful, shit can just get created out. If you've got enough computing power, stuff can just be created. No, it can't. No, it can't. Not until you overcome that E equals MC squared thing. You want to create some matter, you're going to need a fucking lot of energy. No. That was out there. It was fun. It's a little bit like Weird Science, but as a cop show. If Weird Science was a cop show, it would be Automan. Took the same concept, didn't it? If you get enough computing power, you can make yourself a Kelly LeBrock. Okay, I believe you. Oh, Kelly LeBrock, gentlemen. Kelly LeBrock. I'm scrolling. I'm going to call it quits any minute now. We are drawing a line under it here. I'm just coming back through. In South Africa, if you learnt less than 7,000 rand, you don't pay tax. If you earn, say, 1 million rand on at year end, they take half of it off you. Wow. Knight Rider was a good theme, yeah. Phil Collins is the best. Phil Collins what? Which tune? Mark Knopfler. Where are we going here? Have these guys done like Airwolf or some other TV theme tune version? Loved Street Hawk. Street Hawk, what's that? No, Gary, you're not saying that. Street Hawk is to motorbikes what Knight Rider is to cars and what Airwolf is to helicopters. Street Hawk. I have it downloaded. It's on a hard drive over here. I can't share it with you, my friend, but if you find yourself an app called Magnet Search to do the searching, and you find yourself an app called Flood, F-L-U-D, to do the downloading, I can say no more. Those two apps will get you there. The Man, Machine, Street Hawk. Pilot episode. Some bloke called Clooney as the guest star, I think. Either in episode 1 or episode 2. I think it was the pilot. In another episode, Chakotay from Star Trek Voyager was the guest star. Yeah, Clooney. One of his first TV roles. There you go. This is the quality that was Street Hawk. A-Team theme, yeah, okay, that was a good one, yeah. Da 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 da. Yeah. Kung Pao Chicken Delicious. Where are we going here? You're reminding me of Hong Kong Fooey now, but that's probably just racism on my part. All the words, folks. He's got style, a groovy style, and a car that just won't stop. Hong Kong Fooey, #1 superstar. A-Team and Knight Rider strong contenders. They are, but Kelly LeBrock, ooh yeah. Flood, yeah, F-L-U-D. That's the name of an app. If you search for that on the App Store, that does the downloading. But you need one called Magnet Search. You then type in words into Magnet Search, and it will find what you're looking for. And then you click it, and a menu pops up, and you click Open in Download App, and Flood will open and will then download the thing for you. All the things. All the episodes of all the things. I can say no more. I've probably crossed the line already. Sailing the high seas, folks. You're sailing the high seas if you go that route. It's your choice. I'm not condoning. I'm not telling you to do it. I'm not telling you not to do it. I'm giving you an option. I'm telling you that's how it would be. If you were wanting to do those things, that would be how you would do it. But I don't condone it. For legal reasons. This is not legal advice. I am not your father. Or your lawyer, or your doctor. I'm just some guy on the interweb. But yeah, Magnet Search and Flood, and then type in the name of whatever you're looking for. And download all the episodes. Street Hawk is available and is out there for anyone who hasn't heard of it. Give me a fucking call, Delta Mike, says Frank. I'm about to hang up here, mate. When I hang up here, give me 10-15 minutes and then I'll call you. In use FZ, but it has so many pop-ups. FZ? What's FZ? I get no pop-ups with anything I use. Be careful that you've downloaded the right thing. 7 C's. 7 C's. Having a good laugh when I was younger, searching. Debbie does Dallas. Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, you're in a mood. You're in the mood. Debbie does Dallas. Don't think I've ever seen it. It's just one of those laws, isn't it? It's yeah. Sorry, children, as Uncle Roger would say. Okay, folks, I'm going to call it quits here. We're over the 5 hours mark. I've done my duty for the night. I hope I've provided some kind of entertainment. I will just draw your attention to the pinned comment one last time. I am in a bit of a financial squeeze at the minute. It is partly of my own making. I hold my hand up. I did just purchase something I'm not going to say extravagant. I was going to, but I won't. I have just made a purchase. I have left myself a little bit tight on cash. If there is anybody out there that is in a position to help, has the money to help, wants to help, and feels I've provided something of an entertainment these last few weeks, then I would appreciate your help. Other than that, folks, I'm gonna bid you adieu. Adieu, 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 and you, and you, and you. Sound of music, maybe. I don't know. Let me see whether I can coax her ladyship. Can I just put that back there? I know you're awake. Can we just say goodnight to the peoples? Okay? Can we just say goodnight to the peoples? I'm going to unplug this. And I'll have a final quick scroll just to see, check I haven't missed anything. Love all you guys. Night, night. Tina, T. Okay. 7. Okay, jumped. Having a good August. Thank you for always checking up. Appreciate all of you. Mike, on the 25th, I get paid, will gladly help. On the 25th, I will do an un-Christmas, a merry un-Christmas. As I am trying to do this year, because my Christmas was ruined. The 25th of each month is going to be a thing. I'm going to do a Christmas each month that I can. Last month I missed it entirely. Bad weather made me totally forget about it. Alright, folks. I'm going to leave you in the manner to which I hope you've become accustomed. I need to turn on a light. She's here, look, oh, look at her. She's hiding behind the sheet. Hey, babe. Hello, you. Hello, you. I'm coming for a big kiss and cuddle in a minute. Just saying goodnight to the peoples. I know you're awake, really. You've just closed your eyes. You've just closed your eyes because of the light, maybe. There's my Tina girl. Okay, folks. From Tina, as she opens her eyes. From Tina. And from me, Delta Mike. Out. Catch you later. I'll call you Frank.